Today's the day.
I need to get back in there with my starting position being that I'm a Cthulhu worshiper. And then any kind of precept that they try and throw at you, you just say, it was revealed to me in a delusion.
That's a funny line. It was revealed to me in a delusion.
Oh, I love that. I got someone with that yesterday, what was I talking about? It's like archaeology is proof of Jesus' resurrection in the same way that New York City is proof of Spider-Man. Right? We have multiple records of pizza in New York. We have multiple records of Spider-Man in New York City. uh, that keeps happening to me. I'm naive here. I keep talking to someone who I assume is engaging in good faith, and then you'll make a really good point, and they'll pivot and gish gallop, and it's like, I see what's going on here. You can't possibly know what good is if you don't presuppose God, who I am defining as good. I even got him on that. I was like, "Why? What's a convincing argument to you?" And I said, like, the problem of unnecessary suffering, and it's like, you mean the problem of evil? It's like, no, because I know exactly where that goes. But there is no combination of tiptoeing around the traps just right that's ever going to get you to the end of the argument, is there? Has anyone ever succeeded? Do I still have internet? Hello?
Well,
Yeah, no, it sounded like a rhetorical question, not a.
Noob.
There's going to be a lot of anchoring bias and denial. I always thought of pain as. Oh, sorry. I always thought of pain as just kind of like it's a warning tool, right? Like, oh, there's pain here. There's something wrong, you know. Pleasure is like, oh, this feels good. Maybe this is right. No. Going to the dentist, like sometimes the pain has benefits that outweigh the pain.
Jesus Christ is not irrational.
I take it on faith that faith is rational. I'm just kidding. I'm just, I,
Everyone.
I think Timeless was being facetious as well. But the Muslims love him the most, though.
No, the Muslims love 14-year-olds.
Although,
or in the server. This is not supposed to be discussed here.
No. 14?
I mean, in general, we really should just not talk about this, though. Let's
Yeah.
just move on.
Let's. But I don't think it's. Right. But I don't think 14 is. But
We're just gonna not talk. The whole fucking point that we're trying to say here is that we're gonna not talk about this, guys. So stop talking about it.
He insulted my country. He insulted my country. This is not a good analogy, man. This is not a good analogy, man. What do you? Never. That's what I'm. But what are you? What are you comparing this to? What are you comparing this to, Daniel? Yeah, I know, but what are you comparing this to? Never mind. Yes, of course.
Haven't lost
Fuck,
that
just
in
lost
a
the
minute,
game.
you know. But definitely do.
I don't know what you're talking about. No.
Wait, I think
I still don't understand. Am I winning the game?
I think he's saying the game is. I think he's saying the game is don't think about the boobs, but he made you guys think about it, so you lost. Oh. Mm-hmm. Wait, what's the argument for why it's? What's the argument for why it's not rational? Well, no, I just want to ask you why why do you think it's not? Why do you think it's irrational? And mm-hmm. Yes, some kind of. Yeah. Right. I mean, sure, but that presupposes that religion doesn't have any evidence that hints towards the existence of there being a creator or the faith being true at all, right? I would say so, yes. I believe in the Catholic God. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely, for sure. Logical contradictions, yes, yes. Yeah, so for example, if I say that the grass is green, but I also say that the grass is not green, then that would be a contradiction because it contains its own it contains its own negation. Because so yeah, contradictions can't be logical because if something is what it Mhm. Right. The grass is green, but it cannot contain its negation, which is the fact that it's not green. Well, in this analogy, no. Yeah, sure. Like for example, modal logic, stuff like that. What do you mean by that? Like the law of identity, non-contradiction, excluded middle? Oh yeah, yeah, that. Hmm. Right. Hmm. Well, I want you to back that up. How can you say that logical contradictions cannot exist?
I've never seen it happen in reality.
Well, yeah, we would have to. Yes, of course. Yeah, yeah, that's what I said. When I said that contradictions can exist, I said that in the sense that contradictions can be derived, but I wouldn't say that they would be true. That's what I meant. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yes. Yeah, Triomni being, yeah. I would like to, yes. But I would like to say, is it okay if we just stick to like general religion? Because like to get into the semantics and understandings of Catholicism itself would be pretty difficult for me to, justify. So I would. Right. Yeah, of
Personally,
course.
I believe that there is a significant difference between Western nations and other nations like that. Oh yeah, we
Also, how dare you not be prepared to defend every line in the Bible at the drop of a hat?
Right. Yes. Yeah, of course.
Can they make a burrito so big that they can't eat it?
Um, yeah. Yes. Yes. God cannot learn something new because all this. God cannot forget. Wait. Wait. No. He can understand the concept of how to forget, but he wouldn't forget himself because to forget. Mhm. Right, but that would directly. But to say that he can forget would contradict his omniscient properties because then it would say that he. Yeah, so to say that he. Yeah, because he already understands. He already understands the concepts and the things in which it exists in our reality. So he wouldn't have to learn anything new because all. Why is that the case? Because he understands the concept of how to forget, but that doesn't. Mhm. Mhm. Right, I said he was omnipresent. Can he leave your room? Not necessarily because he's always within. Um. Mhm. Yeah, because that would direct. That's. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, but that's because that directly goes against his properties. To say that he can forget would directly oppose his omniscient properties. To say that he can leave your room would directly oppose his omnipresence properties. And to say that would. He's omnipotent given the fact. What do you mean here by nature? Because his nature is that he's omnipotent. Mhm. Yeah, yeah. So his. That doesn't. Wait, no, that doesn't make you omnipotent. What are you talking about? Mm. No, 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 no. You don't understand this. So you're not omnipotent. You're not. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Let me finish. So you're not omnipotent because there are things in which you're to be all powerful. Yeah, exactly. It means to be able to do all things, or but you're restricted from being able to do certain things. So that's why you're not omnipotent. You're also not omniscient because you're what? Uh-huh. Yeah. Right. But again, to say that he can leave your room would directly oppose his omnipotent properties or omnipresent properties. Right. Hmm. I'll concede. My goodness, you're good. I'll still be a theist. But yeah, you did good, man. You did good.
I do.
Yeah, bro.
Dude, I'm a theist now. This God character sounds badass.
He does not. He does not have the. No, he does not have the ability to contradict himself. I'm not sure what he's talking about. What's up? What's up? What's up? Yeah,
I
dude.
believe in
I love
Schrodinger as
paper
God.
bags. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? I do think faith is completely rational. I do. Yeah. Oh well, because. Do you think there's any problem with that? I would love to hear. I am. I am. I have. I love it, dude. Oh, I do like paper. I like paper for sure. Paper bags too. Paper bags are great. No, dude, paper lovers. I love paper lovers. I mean, they're like me. Um, yeah, sure. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, I don't think we literally see the essence of God. So I do agree with that. Okay. I mean, yeah, I hope the sun will rise tomorrow. I hope I'll be able to. I hope I'll wake up tomorrow. I hope my mom is still alive right now. Like I also think all of these things are true. Sure, I mean you can hope for things that are rational. Okay, so you can hope for things that are rational, and you can hope for things that are irrational to believe. You can hope for things that are either way. Right. Exactly. What I'm saying is that faith falls under being rational. Right, but faith falls under being rational. Faith in God. Yeah. So faith in God falls under the rational category. So yeah. Oh, it does. It does. It does. For sure. For patience. Let's be patient. Let's be patient. Yes. That's the thing. What do you mean? That'd be bad. I don't think that would be a good thing. Okay, I'm not. Okay, What now? No, because like I said, you can hope for things that are rational to believe, and you can hope for things that are irrational to believe. I believe hoping that God exists, hope in God, it falls under the rational category. Yep. Right. So maybe I have my measuring stick. I have it. I mean, there's a lot of things that you believe that you just hope for, that you just have faith in. You. No. No, like you have faith and you hope that like the sun will rise tomorrow, that you'll wake up tomorrow, that your dad is still alive right now. You do hope for that. Yeah. Okay. You're right. So okay, but you still hope for it. No, you still hope for it though, even if you know it. Okay. But I mean, I hope for it. I would disagree. I disagree. For sure. Sure. Yeah. No, I think that would fall under being irrational hope. Okay, are we just gonna go in circles saying are we gonna get to whether or not hope in God is rational, or are you just gonna keep on saying that you can hope for irrational things? Yeah. So okay, I have evidence. Oh, I have evidence. Don't worry.
We not have evidence.
Not necessarily, but I do have evidence, so that's irrelevant. It depends. I'm not sure I have any examples on me, but I'm sure I could think of them.
Can you try?
Hold on, I'll set a timer. We'll give you 2 minutes. Let me set a timer.
Oh, I mean, I probably wouldn't need 2 minutes.
Well,
okay, I'll just do 1 minute. I'll set a timer for 1 minute.
I mean, how about wait, how about I think you believe in things that you don't have evidence for, right? Like you believe that your sense data is accurate, right?
Was there a line?
I have a lot of evidence about my sense data.
So you don't to be clear, you do not believe that your sense data is accurate? I'm okay, so you're just a skeptic then. You don't think you're saying. Okay, so you don't think your sense data is accurate to be clear.
I have a neutral question.
How do you assess that percentage?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Like when you say 100%, like what do you mean? What is 100%, and how much percent do you have?
Actually,
Like
this is probably the most neutral question I could have asked, considering this is so.
Oh wait, do you? Oh, okay. Okay, sure. Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, some of you may have heard it, but I was just gonna say, like, let's say that you don't believe God exists in the same way that you don't believe the earth is flat, right? But because of all the positive results, you decided to live by whatever book, whatever most convenient, like the Bible or the Quran or whatever. Would a person who did everything by the book, but in his heart not believe, still go to heaven?
You asking me? Are you asking me? I'm confused. Okay. Wait. I have another question. I have another question. Do you believe that it? Okay. 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 No, sure. Sure. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yep.
All right. Well, what is the difference? You don't know your percentage. I don't know mine, but I still believe whatever I believe in. You believe whatever you believe in. In your assessment, it is enough. Like, I mean, whatever you believe in, it's like the probability is high, right? So in my assessment, my probability is high. So if basically in sense of the probabilities, right, we have the same like kind of like an internal assessment of whatever we think like is probable enough, right? Then why do you think like your understanding is better than mine? Yeah, but you don't have a.
It's
Yeah, my
not a true
point is,
belief.
Do you believe in causation?
how do you actually know? And you said, you talk about evidence and probability. Like you don't have 100%, but it's close enough. So you don't like, how, yeah. No, I'm not saying you. No, I'm saying what is it then? Like, I mean, for me, I'm close enough. You know what I mean? So if I
don't know
have
if
my
anybody
opinion,
has read 1984, but the way to make someone actually believe something is to do that.
my question is, what is the difference? You don't know the quantity of the percentage, right? Like you have some you're assessing whatever is true or not using a probability, but you don't know what that probability is.
How do you know you're playing games? How do you know it's daytime?
Yeah, how do you know anything if
Yeah, you said okay, but you're playing
if you don't
games
have
and
a
you're going through the
belief,
day.
if you don't have a belief of what you see is true, how do you know it's actually there?
Yeah, because you're just believing that you're playing games by faith. I don't know how you can have any percent. I don't know how you can have 1%, man.
Yes, I mean, how you can know like.
No,
Well,
no,
I
no,
mean,
no, 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 no. I do it a different way. I do it in a different way. Well, yeah, because that's the logical conclusion of your beliefs, not mine. No, 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 no. Okay. Fine, 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 fine. Look, look. Okay, look. Okay, okay, okay. Can I say? Yeah, no, I know what you mean. 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 You just been talking for a while, man. So okay. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. What happened?
What do you consider as evidence? How you can trust that data if you don't have faith? How do you assess the likelihood? A second ago, you said you don't assess it using probabilities. Now you're talking about likelihood.
Yeah, because
so what is
all
it
this evidence
exactly?
you're talking about assumes that your sense data is accurate. It's like, oh, I know that my sense data is accurate because of what my sense data says. What you're just begging the question. You're assuming your sense data. Okay, yeah, I'll tell you how. I'll tell you how. No, so sure. Sorry. Well, we'll try to get to that, but I can tell you. I okay. I would love. Well, then I would love to get into the evidence for God. I'd love to get into the evidence for God. But if we're still on this topic, I'm gonna tell. If we're still on this topic, the reason that you're begging the question is because you said like, "Oh, I know my sense data is accurate enough, because I'm doing things like playing games and I'm getting through the day." Well, that's assuming that your sense data is accurate enough for you to, in fact, be playing games and getting through the day. There's no reason that you actually know that to be truth about reality if you don't know your sense data is accurate. I'm saying how you can no, dude.
Wrong. A second ago. Wait, Daniel. What is it? Yeah, finish your sentence. Yeah. Yes. Well, I mean, you're just dragging something. Well, you're talking the majority of the time, so if we want to be fair.
How do you know that? Because he's
No,
alive.
swearing is not. Let's not swear here, okay? I mean.
Yeah, what the fuck, Daniel?
Naughty.
Don't swear on your own show. Let's write to the owners of this show and complain. Fuck.
Not in the same way. I can explain. Sure. Okay. Sure. So I do think that was not a great answer in terms of how fallacious it was, but I don't care too much about this conversation. We could instead just get into the evidence for God. I would love to do that. Oh, I have reasonable faith. I have rational faith. I don't know where you're. I do have evidence. I'm not sure. Okay, well, whatever you want to say. So I have a syllogism. I have a syllogism I could put in chat if you want. I think that'd be easier, but yeah, I was gonna give you the evidence. I could say it out loud, but no, I could say it out loud if that's what you prefer. But it's a bit long, so if you prefer, I could just send it in chat.
Yeah, but put it in the chat. Put it in the chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you the evidence, man. Yeah, syllogism. Yeah, for sure. Oh well, you should be happy because you just got it. And then there's about 35 more premises if we want to get to all of the attributes, but
holy, take it to a publisher, bro.
This isn't a syllogism.
I mean, I didn't lay out P before each number and then C.
Let me just read you the first three, Daniel. Premise 1, change is a feature of the real world. Premise 2, but change is the actualization of a potential. Premise 3, so the actual. It's just like it's not a really syllogism. Conversational.
Cool.
But you've kind of just put numbers in front of your sentences.
It's not for sure. It's not a syllogism.
And
whatever you
spaced
want.
it out.
Okay, it's not a syllogism. Whatever you want. I don't really care.
Well, can you just kind of like summarize this?
It's like right, yeah, right. So that's evidence. So what? So and what premise do you disagree?
DP.
Okay, in what sentence do you disagree? No. What sentence do you disagree? No, what sentence do you disagree? Non-premise sentence. What do you disagree? Yeah, how could a potential actualize itself? There's nothing to actually make it go through that change.
When he asked for a demonstration, you responded with a question.
Right? I just explained.
No, but you asked a question. You said, "How could blah blah blah?" But we asked for a demonstration of one of those premises. Sentences.
Yeah. Okay, potency is like passive, and it lacks the it lacks the being or the power to initiate change.
Love me some Aquinas.
You asked me to prove a negative? I said it lacks. So it does not have. Right. It's a negative claim. Right. It's a negative claim. Yeah. No. But my argument. No, I said that it's passive, and it does not have the necessary being or power to initiate change. Okay, so that's a negative claim. Well, that's what potency is. It's the potential for change. Potency. We're using words in a sentence? Yeah, insane. Yeah, like what this guy said, nothing comes from nothing. Oh my god, these Phil bros and their words. These Phil bros and their words can't get enough. Their damn words. Yeah, it's called a technical term. Called a technical term.
He ran.
I accidentally closed.
Oh, he's back.
I accidentally pressed the X button, and I was trying to press the.
He's back. No,
I was trying to press the close button on the chat. I accidentally pressed the X button, dude. Oh no. Okay, you can just call it a sentence, dude. I don't. You can call them what you want. Yeah, sentence 4. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So change can't come from nothing, right? Well, I'm making negative claims here, so. Once again, I don't have to prove a negative claim. That's your burden.
Let's look at the evidence.
Cannot come from nothing?
Let's look at the evidence.
Come from nothing?
What change come from? Like, just look at the evidence. It says this is just a one-person conversation? Like, what is... Sure, go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Change cannot come from nothing. Right, not. Yes, right, negative claim. Negative. Do you know what these terms mean? I said, edit, something can not come from nothing. Not. Yeah, it's a claim. It's a negative claim. Yeah, it's a claim I made. A negative claim I made. Right, it's a negative claim I made. Yeah, I'm positing a negative claim. I'm positing a negative claim. A negative claim is not my burden to prove. Well, if you make a negative claim, then it would be the burden of the other, and another person disagrees. It would be the burden of the other person.
Hold on.
Hey, hold on.
So then you don't disagree. So then you don't disagree with the claim.
Let me try and clear this up, paperback, because I think there's like two propositions that are being conflated here. So you could say it's not the case that something can come from nothing, right? Like that hasn't been proved yet. But it seems like what you're saying, it is the case. Like where we know that nothing, like something cannot come from nothing.
So I mean,
excuse me, Krisha, why are you interrupting? I think
did word
they had
it,
a conversation.
You did word it differently there, but
Danny, can I?
well, I said it. Well, okay. So instead, I'm happy to say it is not the case. Something can come from nothing. It is false. Something that can come from nothing. That's great. Is that a negative claim or not? That's a negative claim, right? Because that's a definition you just get. Okay, so you're just going back on what you said 10 seconds ago. Oh my days. A claim saying that something isn't true, or a claim saying something does not exist. It's absent. Which that it's not the case that something can come from nothing. Which is the same as saying it's not the case that something can come from nothing. That's the same thing. Being a negative claim, it is not my burden to prove. No.
What?
Yeah, I would have to. I would have to prove that reality must have a god. So it would be my burden. You're correct.
Can I clarify something? Hold on, Daniel, let me clarify something, okay? It will end this, please. I'm asking. Trust me, trust me. Okay, go ahead, go ahead. Yes, exactly. So yeah, so when you make a knowledge claim, you need to justify it. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't help myself. My bad.
Okay, you know what? I'll just try and talk then. I'll try and give you what you want here, so we can move on. I'm saying it's impossible, right? Yeah, I'm saying it's not possible for potentiality to actualize itself without something actualizing it, because by definition, potentiality is not yet actualized, so it doesn't have the necessary being or the necessary power to cause action. Well, we can know this a priori because of what potentiality is. No, we can know that. No, it's not a flat. Oh my days. No, because it's deduction. It's deduction. It's deduction. It's deduction, not induction. No, because I'm going to tell you why it's deduction. I'm going to tell you why it's deduction. So I said it. I told you because potentiality by definition is not yet actualized, and so by definition it does not have the necessary power, being reality, to cause action. I'm saying that now. I'm saying that now, man. I'm saying that now. Okay, so are we good? Since I said that now. Right. Right. Okay, so if it's potential, then it, by definition of what potential is, it does not have the reality, the power, or the being to cause action. By definition of what potentiality is, it's not yet actualized, and something not yet actualized does not have the being, or does not have the necessary reality, being, or power to cause action. Okay, so I just told you why, because of what potentiality is, that couldn't be. Is what potentiality is. Okay, so then there, whatever this feature is, would need to be something actual. Okay, wait, I have a question. No, I have a question. In this little hypothetical, is that feature it has, is that actual or is that potential? Or does it have that feature? Yeah, is that feature actual? Okay, if you're just gonna do that, then there's no response I can give. What? Okay, it's a mystery. Wait, yes. What the hell are you talking about, man? This is the most low tier stuff ever, man. Oh my days. I see. I asked for one distinction. No, distinction. I asked for one distinction. I didn't ask what is all the details. Wait, no. I want to stay on this. No. What I asked for, I didn't ask for like what's its name, what's its hair color. I asked for, is it potential or actual? Is it potential or actual? Brother. Okay, so then you have nothing. You don't have anything. You don't have an actual answer. You're just like, what if there's a contradiction? What if contradictions exist? You're saying, what if contradictions exist? Right? Okay, because by definition, potentiality isn't actualized. So by definition, it doesn't have the necessary reality or power or being to cause action. That's by definition of what potentiality is. Okay, so unless if you're talking about something that is okay. No, you can't get a kilo of potentiality. You can't get a kilo of potentiality. No. You can't get a kilo of potentiality. Right? No, you can't get a kilo of potentiality. No. You cannot get a kilo of potentiality. Yeah, right. You cannot get a kilo of potentiality. That's true. Yeah. Well, it's talking about things universally. Okay. The only thing I want to know about that thing, the only one thing I want to know about that thing, only one thing, is that feature potential or actual? Okay, so then if that's what you're just gonna do, well, it's a mystery. Well, okay. Here, no, I'll talk. Actually, no, I'll respond. Actually, I've got it. No. I've got it. Yeah, I've got it, man. If that feature is actual, well, then it's still in. So let's go down both two routes. If that feature is actual, well, then it's still in line with what I'm saying, because then it's something actualizing a potential. And if it's potential, then by definition it could not actualize itself because it doesn't have the necessary power. So whether it's potential or actual, we're still good. Yeah. Cool.
I don't know what that is.
I can repeat. I can repeat if you want.
But again, I want to go back to Aquinas, because like this pure actuality argument of Aquinas is shit. Because at the end of the day, like even if I grant all these sentences you made here, and by the way, it's like Aquinas was like a lot shorter. Like he was much more concise in his things, maybe learn something from him. It still doesn't lead you to a god.
I think
it just leads you. It just leads you to like there's something.
Wait, so I'm sorry. So then, are you willing to agree that there is a being?
No.
Of
It's
pure
like
actuality?
I said even if. No, I said even if.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, then let's stay on topic. What do you disagree with? Because we've talked about the one thing now, and it seems like we're done with that.
Well,
what do you disagree with?
Because you said like no potential can be actualized. You still haven't demonstrated this. Like all you did is talking about
your response,
potential and actual. No. I don't know if there's no.
Can I have like 2 minutes to talk without you interrupting, please?
Not really.
2 minutes to respond.
Yeah, that's a bit too much. I like the sound of my own voice. Come on.
60 seconds to talk without you interrupting.
60?
Can I get that?
What? Okay.
60
you said
seconds to talk without you
so
interrupting.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, my bad. I missed
seconds. Oh, it's fine.
Okay.
I loved it. That's why I give you 60 seconds.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Okay, so to respond to justify the claim that nothing potential can actualize itself without something already actualizing it, is because not just by induction, but definitionally by what potentiality is, it is not yet actualized, so it lacks the necessary. So by definition, it lacks the necessary reality, power, or being to cause action. Now, what you said was, well, what if it has a magical, mysterious feature if it's a potentiality with a magical, mysterious feature to actualize itself? Well, then I went down two routes. Number one, either that feature is actual, in which case we're still in line with what I said, because that's just something actualizing a potential, so then we're still good with my claim. Or it's potential, in which case that feature, like I said earlier, couldn't exist, because then or at least couldn't actualize the potential of itself, because by definition, it doesn't have the necessary reality, being, or power to.
Done? Oh, okay.
Are we good on that claim then?
Not really, but okay. Because again, it's like, remember when I was telling you that I since potential and actual, they're just kind of like words. They're not like real things in the real world. What I'm mostly interested in, like the real things in reality, right? In reality, we have stuff.
Right, we're talking about real things.
So we have stuff that can be self-actualizing, right?
Such
as? It's not. It doesn't matter what it is. I can posit it, and as long as it's not, as long as it's not. I know this. Can anybody hear me? Krishan, am I here?
Yep, are you here?
Am I actualizing my potential voice? Okay. So what I was saying is like some
actually
things.
Actual right now.
I'm actually actualizing my actuality. Okay. That's very potentially good, I guess. So the thing is. What I was saying is that things can have properties, right? And it's like those properties are like the important stuff, right? And those properties can be just self-actualizing, as you call it, like one of their other properties, right? So it's like you have this one property of this thing that actualizes this other property that it has, right? And it's like a self-actualizing thing. So I'm going to give you an example. Do you know about radioactive materials? Paper bag, man.
Like I'm not super educated on a radioactive thing.
Oh, but you heard about them, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, right? So it's like one of the things that they do, these radioactive particles, right? So like you have an atom, and it's a radioactive atom, like your uranium atom, right? And what it can do, it can like release some energy, right? Like randomly, right? And we looked at it. It's like we studied these things, and we don't see anything that actually, actualizes this potential of releasing the energy, right? So as far as we know, there's nothing to actualize the radioactive potential in these things, right? But we know they happen, right? We know it's like we don't know for the specific atom, but if you have more atoms, like in one place, we know there's like a half-life, right? And we know that, in this amount of time, half of these atoms are going to actualize their potential of like emitting energy, right? So that's what I'm talking about, right? It's like you're talking about abstracts and just like words and words definition. And I don't really care about that, right? I care more about like the real world, where we actually look at like specific things and we can say, okay, so this thing has this, and this other thing is actually doing this thing on this other thing, right? So do you have anything like that, or is just potentially actually?
Okay, so your response is radioactive atoms?
Is that the whole thing you got?
When radioactive
is that your
atoms
response?
emit energy, they're losing energy. They're like losing their like nucleic energy. That's what's happening. Just losing
but
energy. So.
that's like that's why I made like this whole. Because look, I'm a chemist.
Be nuclear.
Yeah, Paul. Okay, just a second, man. So it's like I'm a chemist, so every time I'm debating, I always go back to chemistry, so that's why I make these examples, because I know them better than like other examples, right? So I can talk about these things, right? So if I were to go back in time to Thomas Aquinas and have a conversation with him, he would probably not write this shit argument for God anymore, because I would be there to kind of like correct him.
To be clear, your response is, what about radioactive atoms?
Was it that? Did you?
Well, your response is, well, I think there are things that your response is that you think there are things in the real world that are just potential to actualize themselves. And the example that you get, the only
because I was talking about the self-actualization. Yeah, you see, you got it. So I'm talking about like real things in reality, like atoms, that can actually as you call it, right? Because I don't call it that way, right? I'm not like a field bro. They have this thing of like self-actualizing their potential, right? Like atoms. So
is there no energy or anything that
not that we know. Yeah, there might be. I don't know if there is.
Is the evidence of absence of? I mean, is the absence of evidence?
No, I didn't say that. That's why I said. You see, because I'm honest when I'm talking, right? So it's like if we don't know something, I'm just telling you we don't know. We've looked, right? We've really, really looked with all the things that we have at our disposal. We've really investigated, and we don't know, right? It's like we don't see anything, right? As far as we see, we don't see anything that is, using your words, actualizing the radioactive potential.
So this just seems like that you're saying it just because this is the one thing in which we don't, we cannot empirically have an observation of anything actualizing the potential. Therefore, like this doesn't, we still don't know that, right? All this could do is like, you're not actually responding. It's just an induction thing, right? No, not an induction thing, but you know what I'm saying? Because it's just really the one thing that we cannot empirically observe. Something actualizing it.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like I love this like
we don't know
stuff.
the reason why.
Yeah, but I love the empirical stuff, right? And that's why it's like whenever somebody talks to me about God, I was like, again, that guy with no empirical evidence. Ugh. Why would anybody?
Are you a full empiricist, right?
No, but it's like, if you're making empirical claims, I should be able to investigate them, right? Because I was making claims like earlier, I was talking with these other gentlemen that said that God is omnipresent, right? And I asked him, can God just leave my room? And he said no, he cannot. And I was like, oh God, so if God is in my room, I should be able to investigate if he's in my room. And I investigated if he's in my room, and dude, I didn't find any traces of like anything else, in my room that should resemble a God. So I don't know. Isn't that weird that he's in my room and I can't? I'm not able to investigate anything about him. Crazy, right?
God is in my pants and he's coming.
Also, like I don't know.
It seems like if I'm not mistaken,
yeah,
of the 14 sentences laid out, the response here really is just there are radioactive atoms and we don't know why they do what they do. We can't empirically observe why they do what they do, and that's it.
Is that what you think? Is that what you?
I know you've said more.
Oh, okay. So you just want? No, I get it. You just want to misrepresent what I said. It's fine.
No. Because if we get into what the actual concrete objection is, it seems to be that.
No, my concrete objection is that you're making so like this whole diatribe of like 14 sentences is is just a bunch of claims with no evidence behind them. And the reality of the world is...
I would love to know which one you disagree with. You've only said one.
Again, I never said I disagree with. It's like I'm asking you to demonstrate.
Okay, if you agree with all of them, that's awesome.
And that's not what I said either. You see, this is the problem with words. It's like you are accusing me of not understanding words. Yeah, but when I'm using words, apparently you can only misrepresent them. So what I was telling you about these claims, is that they're claims that need to be substantiated, right, with evidence for their existence. For them being true, sorry. And you didn't do that, right? So that's why it's like from the first, when we asked you, can you demonstrate this? Your first impulse was like, well, how else can it be? And that's not really like a good argument, as far as I know. I might be mistaken, though.
I mean, sure, I was saying it's a negative claim, and then eventually I just gave up with you and was just like, okay, fine.
We already agreed that
eventually I justified it.
If you make a negative claim or a positive claim, it's still a claim that needs to be evidenced.
I justified it, though. I justified the claim eventually. I did justify the claim. So
I mean, you said something that also needed justification. Let's be very clear about it. So you just jumped from one statement that needs justification to another statement that needs justification. To another statement that needs justification, and as I said, even if I grant all this diatribe of 14 sentences, the end of it, which I could maybe this is a conclusion, we can take it as a conclusion. You said so. There is a purely actual actualizer. Cool. So what?
Well, he did say that there was an extended 34 sentence version.
No.
Okay.
I'm terrified.
I need to get a month long.
I was gonna do the same thing, right?
Get in this. Oh my god.
On the
what?
It feels to me it's like if I just slap down the encyclopedia and I'm just like, "What's your objection?" It's like,
man. So that's the reason I only gave the first 14, right? Just I'm not just slapping down encyclopedia. Also, on the other thing, I did ultimately just give you justification for the claim that you were asking me justification for that was definitionally true. Deductively, and I don't even think you really had any objection to that, other than what if there's just this mysterious thing that we don't know anything about? To which I also responded to.
Well, that's not the case, because look, so because you did here is reading through them, perusing through your 14 things. I also noticed you make a jump, right, from things change, which is okay, we can agree that things change, to substance S must be continuously actualized in its existence. And I was like, oh, wait, what? How can you demonstrate that either? It's like, what? How can anybody demonstrate that? Because you definitely couldn't. And that's why I brought up real things in the real world, like atoms, and as soon as you actually study the real world and you look into what things do, you're going to come into some things that is they don't seem to have this this actualizer behind for their potential, right? So and also it's not contradicting the laws of logic either. So I don't know, man. You still have a lot of work to do there to actually get some evidence behind your. You said 34 things. Oh man, that's
there's 34 more. Yeah.
Oh.
No, that's to get all of the attributes.
Wait, there's 34 more or 34 in total?
Yeah. Well, 34 more to get all of the attributes.
What? Why? My God. Okay, dude. Okay, don't. Why do you do that to yourself though?
It's a good time.
Is it though? I don't know, man. It's
me. I think it is.
It's I heard some people. You know what they like to do? Weird stuff. They like to bash their balls. And they're saying they're having a good time. But me, I'm kind of weird like that. And I'm looking at that and saying, God damn, that must hurt. I don't know how that is a good time. And what you're doing with having this 14 and another 34 on top of it. So it's 48 sentences, I guess. That seems like a bit of bashing your balls in.
Some people too, they just give people money, right? That's what they want, is to give money. They don't even get their.
That's a real different conversation.
They just hand over money,
So is this your whole thing? Yeah, same, dude. 34
I mean, sentences. We're just having
Are you guys both atheists or something? You guys are just talking.
Yeah, this seems to be like meta conversation now. So I guess we're done.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to. Yeah, like
I'm happy
I was
with
so
the result,
happy
and it seems like
initially.
You're happy with the result.
No, I'm not
I mean,
really, because I was.
I think you're happy with it. Okay, you're unhappy. Never mind.
I'm unhappy because your first sentence was like, I have evidence for God, and then you gave me like 14 sentences, and I was like so bummed out because I wanted like real evidence, and you gave me none. So I don't know.
Unlucky, right?
But anyway,
I think
green weirdo.
You think you gave me none?
Are
So
you
I think
a Christian?
we both. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I am a Christian.
Oh no, it's different. You weren't talking to me. I'm stupid. Okay, I'm done.
Sorry, Purpleback. Sorry. Oh, okay. Well, green weirdo.
I'm done.
How are you?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm doing pretty good.
Well, same here, man. Same here. It's like I'm here. I'm happy. I'm an atheist. I think faith is irrational, and I know I'm right about it. Why do you believe in God, though? What God do you believe in?
Why do I believe in God?
Yeah, which God do you believe
Interesting. I believe in the Christian God, the Yahweh.
Yahweh? Ooh, okay. So why do you believe in him?
I believe in him because every worldview has a foundation that they set themselves upon, and you can choose which foundation you want to believe in. And I think that the theistic Christian foundation is the most rational out of all of them. However, I think that atheism and theism are both rational. They're both rational worldviews. I just think that Christianity/theism is more rational in the sense of interference to the best explanation.
I mean, isn't that true with anything? So, like, anytime you just posit magic, doesn't that like make it like a lot easier for anything to happen, though? Because if I were to say the universe is created by pink leprechauns that are farting galaxies while on drugs, isn't that like also like a good explanation? Because you can't demonstrate that's not the case, right?
Well,
and
actually,
it's magic.
Well, actually, it's actually simpler to be an atheist and easier to be an atheist than it is to be a theist.
Yeah.
And if you look
You
into
don't have to believe in
if you look
bullshit.
into
Yeah,
it,
you're right.
well, that's the thing is that you were saying, like, your argument just now was, isn't it easier just to say that, some leprechaun farted and da-da-da-da-da? Well, no, it's actually easier to be an atheist. It's easier to think that everything is just brute facts. Graham Oppie, one of the leading philosophical atheists, highly respect that man, by the way.
Who's that guy?
Graham Oppie? Graham Oppie. He's the leading he's the leading atheist philosopher. He's one of the greatest atheist philosophers to ever exist.
I don't know that guy. Christian, do you know that guy?
Go read his book. Arguing about gods. Go
He
read
has
his
a
book.
book?
It's amazing.
No.
Yes, he has a book. It's Arguing About
What?
Gods. Go read it. It's
Christian,
amazing.
did you hear this guy, like an atheist? He has a book about what? Okay, I didn't know that.
I'm totally missing what this shtick is happening.
Wait, sorry. It's like, does it have like genocide in it, or?
Is it genocide?
Yeah.
No, it's
No.
Graham Oppie making an
I mean, he's
argument against
he's clearly an atheist because he doesn't like genocide, so clearly not God. Going back to it.
He posits himself. He posits himself as an atheist philosopher. That's what he does.
Great. Yeah, I'm happy for him. I hope things are going well for him. I don't know him. I never played bridge with him. Maybe Christian played in a band with him at some point because Christian is like pretty old.
I'm kind of confused as to what's happening here.
What are you talking about, bro? I'm trying to tell you about Graham Oppie.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like I don't know why you're bringing Graham Oppie into the conversation. So that's why I'm also like very confused.
I was trying to make a point. Letting you know that it's easier to be an atheist, and Graham Oppie actually makes the argument that it's more simple because of Occam's razor. You don't have to assume so many things. You don't have to presuppose so many things.
Yeah, but I was thinking
that he thinks that it's easier to be an atheist. That's him doing what he calls a worldview analysis.
Okay. So
I'm doing a worldview analysis.
Simpler on terms of ontological economy.
Helping us here?
It's not about
I get it.
What it is to be something and how hard it is. It's a very specific point he's making.
Yes, very. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you for at least explaining that.
Well, but I feel like you hijacked it and misunderstood the point that Graham Oppie makes.
Yeah. I was trying my best to explain it as best as possible.
Oh, so you did play in a band with him. Okay, now I know Christian. Okay.
Let's think about a band.
Yeah, it's like I think Christian likes to play in the band.
I'll play the
bass.
tambourine.
Oh, and the tambourine. Yes, I mean it's kind of a bass.
The bass tambourine.
The bass
really
tambourine.
big.
Yeah, the famous bass tambourine. So why do you believe in God though? And you said it's the Christian God, right? So it's like the Bible God, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's the Bible God. Yeah,
Okay,
we'll go
so
with that.
why
The
do you
Bible
believe?
God.
I mean, that guy's a piece of shit, right? I think we can all agree.
No, I don't think the Bible God is a piece of shit.
You don't think so? I mean, he is like
No.
murdering people left and right, like giving bad laws about like, you should have slaves. Do you think that's good, or do you like that?
What we could talk about that and go to that conversation. Would you like to?
I mean, it's like, I just ask you if you agree with that. Do you like those things in the Old Testament?
Yeah, well, it's a very cornering, loaded question, because you're saying, well, do you agree with slavery? And because the Bible condemns slavery. And it's just like, well, interesting, but what about the ancient Near Eastern context behind it? Like scholars like Tremper Lundman III or John H. Walton or Zion Zevner.
Oppenheimer say.
Yeah, what about Robert Oppenheimer? Yes, I could bring up Einstein. What about Newton?
Well, I'm bringing up actual ancient Near Eastern scholars here. I'm not bringing up random people. You could look these people up. These are people who actually, study ancient Near Eastern scholarship.
Okay, so what about it? So do you know when God gave them the rules for slavery?
Yeah, you're talking about Exodus, Leviticus, Deuteronomy.
Yeah. So they were just
Numbers.
out of Egypt, right? So God just delivered them from slavery, right? They were about to enter the promised land, and before they entered the promised land, God said, "You know what, guys? I know you don't have any slaves, but here's the rules for your future slaves that you're gonna have." Don't you think God could have said, like, "Guys, I just fucking saved you from slavery, so anytime it's like you're from now on, no slaves, right? Because I just saved you from slavery, just like not do slaves." What happened entirely? Like
that's not entirely what happened.
Okay.
We're supposed to go to the promised land, yes, but then the Israelites didn't want to believe anymore, so they had to settle somewhere for like 40 years, and so God made the Mosaic law.
Yeah,
and
but
within
do
the Mosaic
you
law,
think he could have
it
made the Mosaic law without the slavery in it, or?
Well, the slavery that you're talking about is more likely indentured servitude, is what you're looking for.
No, it's not.
Yeah, yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Oh, according to some ancient Near Eastern scholars, the probability of them being indentured servitude is a lot more higher than just regular chattel slavery.
It's not. No, because you know what slavery is. Yeah, so like what slavery is. Okay, can I just? Yeah, can I just finish my points? Yeah. So the thing is like whenever you're going into the Old Testament, when it tells you that you can have this slave that you can leave to your offsprings, right? That's not indentured servitude, right? That's slavery, right? And it's slavery by slavery I mean owning other people as property, right? And this is the thing with property. You can leave your property to other people. Not only that, it even says in the Bible, it says, if you sell your daughter into slavery, it's like, oh, wait, what? What do you mean if you sell your daughter into slavery? It's like, why would you do that? Why would God say that? Shouldn't God have said, don't sell your daughters into slavery? Isn't that like way easier to do it?
I see what you're trying to say, but some ancient Near Eastern scholars try to show that it's indentured servitude / employer-employee.
Yeah. So the thing is, I also read. Yeah, I also read people, and the thing is like when you're talking about these Bible scholars, right? I know there's a lot of these Bible scholars, right? And we can look at the ones that you think actually help your case, and there's this thing of some Bible scholars that come from these very specific institutions where they have to sign these pledges, right, of faith. And, what they're trying to do, they're not trying to actually look at the evidence of the era. They're trying to kind of do apologetics, right? And I don't really care about scholars trying to do apologetics. I care about scholars trying to actually look at the text and trying to analyze the text, right? Because that's...
Well, aren't you assuming the ancient Near Eastern scholars doing apologetics? You'd be assuming that?
Again, I said we can look at those that you think are helping your case, right? If that's your that's what butters your bread. But I didn't say you were necessarily wrong about these ones, right? But I'm pretty sure that if we start looking at them and it's like where their allegiance lie, they're probably not going to be secular scholars. They're probably going to be from like this very specific institutions, right? Where they have to have like statements of faith. What do you mean? What I mean by secular scholar? I mean
so what do you define as secular?
People that don't necessarily have like a bias of faith that works in a specific institution where they have to sign like like a pledge of allegiance when it comes to their faith.
Like a pledge of allegiance.
You know what that happens, right? It's like like statements of faith. That I don't know exactly how they're called. They have like a name. I'm blanking a bit on it. But there's like this very specific institution, especially evangelical institutions, where, like, for example, Answers in Genesis. Did you ever hear about Answers in Genesis? I'm pretty sure you have.
Yeah, I do.
If you want to work,
I don't respect them that much.
No, I agree. It's like I was just saying an example that I think everybody knows, right? So, for example, if you want to work with Answers in Genesis, you have to sign a document saying that your first and foremost thing that you have to do is make sure that everything you're writing actually supports the existence of God, right? So it's like you cannot be critical of anything, you cannot have evidence on the contrary, and so on, right? So it's what it's basically doing is making them lie for their faith. Okay?
Okay.
Well, cool. So now, regardless of that, the thing is I can go into the Bible, right? We can all go into the Bible and we can read the text and we can understand exactly what the text means, right? So when the text saying that you can beat your slave, yeah, but when the text says you can beat your slaves and that if they don't die in a day or two, right, you're just fine if they die after that because they're your property, then we can understand that's slavery. Right? We don't need to say, well, that's indentured servitude, right? We don't. It's not like there's like this contract between them. Because, you probably also work somewhere. Like most people work somewhere, they have a contract. Your boss cannot beat you, That's not the case.
Why does it allow the boss to beat the person? Why does it allow it? Do you know why?
Because they are your property.
Yeah. I mean, literally says
it's not that it's because they're property. It's because they didn't do what they were told to do when they're supposed to be doing the job.
Because they are your property. It's just like if you had like a tree that was growing, like the branch is growing through your window, and you just cut the branch off. It's your property. You can do whatever you want with it. That's what it's saying about your slave.
Well, no, actually, it does talk about how the person who is a slave is supposed to obey their masters or their employers, basically, and if they do not obey and do not follow the law, basically, they're going to get punished for it. But it also says they're not supposed to kill them either.
Oh no! It doesn't say anything about dating them. Can we just read? Do you want me to read what it says in the Bible?
You could read me your interpretation, but
no, we can read the text.
Ancient Near Eastern. Well, you could read your interpretation of the text. It's perfectly fine.
What do you
mean
interpretation of the text?
No, he's just going to read straight directly the words.
Yeah, right. I can read the words
straight directly. Okay, let me give you an example.
The original Hebrew uses the same word for slave. It uses abed to describe the Israelites when they were under Pharaoh. They used the word abed as slave to describe Israel. The same word is being used for ownership of these slaves.
Yeah, of course.
Yes,
but again, it's like
true,
we can read.
The same word is also used to explain.
They're not indentured servants. They're not indentured servants in Egypt, bro.
666. My God, I love your name, but still, this is a show. Let's
word
keep it
slave was also used to be slaves of God.
Do you speak
too,
Hebrew? Green Weirdo, do you speak Hebrew?
I have a Hebrew lexicon and a Hebrew dictionary.
I'm asking. Okay, anybody can have that. It's like everybody has Google.
I don't speak,
right?
but I can read it.
Cool. Do you speak it though?
No, but I can read it.
Okay, that's cool. So I'm very happy for you that you can read it. So the thing is,
thank you.
It's like I don't I don't speak it. I don't want to read it. I could probably read it. Like, anybody can read anything, technically, right? So what I do, what most people do, is they go to the Bible, right? They go to the Bible, they open the Bible, and they can just read what's in the Bible. Do you agree with that? So I can go.
Agree,
What is your favorite Bible translation?
My favorite Bible translation, I'd probably say the NASB.
NASB? Okay. Let's go with the NASB. Why do you like that one?
Because it's the most precise. It's the most precise to the original.
The most precise is the NRSV updated edition, but yeah.
No, it was usually known as the NASB, if I'm not mistaken, because
no,
it was
you
written.
are mistaken. I'm telling you that for sure.
I am mistaken.
Yes.
Well, what was it called? Just so I can write it down.
So we can go with NRSV, New Revised Standard Version.
NRSV.
Updated edition. Yes.
Updated edition. I'll look that up.
Yeah, it's the one that's being used in, like, I think the vast majority of scholarly works, because it's like with all the ancient text that we have and everything. That's why. But the NASB is also like fine, right? So it's fine. So I'm going to the NASB, which is also like a pretty good one. I'm not saying it's a bad one, right? And we can go to Exodus 21, and we can read in the Exodus 21, and it says here in the NASB, right, that you said that's a good translation, and it says, and if somebody strikes his male or female slave with a rod, and the slave dies at his hand, he shall be punished. If, however, the slave survives a day or two, no vengeance shall be taken, for the slave is his property. So how much more clear would you want this text to be to make it very clear that it's about slaves, it's about people owning other people as property?
Okay. Go to Psalms 82:6, and I want to see if you understand. I want to see what you define as clear, because I want to know if you're consistent. Look up Psalms 82:6 and just read me that real quick.
But can we stay with this one and then we can go to Psalms? Or?
Yeah. Oh no, we're going. No. We're going to stay on this one. But I'm just trying to explain the complexity of the Bible. I just want to let you see for yourself what I'm trying to talk about when I say how complex this thing really is. So please read Psalms 82:6. I want you to read it so we can discuss clarity within translations, and not just translations.
You're trying to go
culture.
to Psalms, which is poetry, right? Because Psalms is just like mainly poetry, and this is not poetry. This is laws. Truth. It might be, but again, it's like that's very clearly metaphorical, right? There's a lot of metaphors in Psalms, whereas in the law, there's not as much metaphor, right? So it's kind of weird that you're trying to do that, because you're trying to tell me it's like I understand that, if you're going to the penal code, you're going to see this thing there, and it's established as being a crime. But if you go into Romeo and Juliet, and if you read this passage into Romeo, it's also in English, by the way, you're going to see something very different, and you're going to understand how hard it is to interpret certain things. Don't you find it weird that you're doing that right now?
No, because I'm going to tell you why.
Why?
Psalms 82:6 and John 10:34, which are both very, very interesting passages, are actually passages that are used by Mormons because they think that this particular word, this sentence, actually is supporting a doctrine, a belief. So even if Psalms is poetry, it's also spoken by Jesus in John 10:34. And Mormons use
they also
this particular
hardcore. Yes, I know.
Well, it depends on what you define as misinterpret. So they say that these particular verses are so clear, are very, very, very clear. So therefore, they got their doctrines from it, because in Psalms 82:6 and John 10:34 both say that ye are gods. What does that mean? Does that mean that you could become a god? But according to Mormons, you can't.
Oh yeah, no, it is, because
clear.
If you read the Old Testament,
in the text.
No, it's not clear in the text, because if you actually read the Old Testament, you're going to understand and if you care about these things, right, and this is the thing with scholars, right, like most secular scholars and scholars that actually care about their scholarship, they're going to look at the text and they're going to try to understand what the ancient Hebrews actually believed in, right? And yes, they did talk about like gods a lot, right? You have like angels, wearing the name of God, for example, and that, because they're having the name of God on them, they're like, they were considered little gods, right? Yeah, you have those things. But again, it's like, what does that have to do with what I just read you from Exodus, right? Nothing.
Okay.
You're just
no.
you're trying to obfuscate.
I'm trying to, hold on, no.
Instead of looking at this text and trying to
no, I'm talking
see
to
what
you.
the text says. Okay.
Okay, let me ask you a question. When it says ye are gods in Psalms 82:6 and John 10:34, what does it mean, ye are gods? What does that mean?
I think I've just told you exactly what they might mean, right?
What does that mean? Clearly, you said you could clearly read the text. You could clearly understand it just by reading it. So you can give me with 100% certainty, without a shadow of a doubt, indubitably, what does the text mean when it says ye are gods? What does it mean?
Yeah, because it's about the attributes of God. It's like, as I told you, it's like sometimes, like even Jesus, right? Like Jesus most likely believed,
of God?
Even Jesus most likely believed that he actually has the name of God onto him, right? So that means that he has some powers, right, that God bestowed upon him, right? Like the word, the logos, right? And it's the same thing in Psalms, for example.
Are you absolutely certain about that? That's just
Do I need to
be
absolutely certain about anything? What is
Yes,
what is
you
this
do,
thing
because
about
you're
absolute
absolutely
certainty? How
You
can
are
you be
saying-
absolutely
you
certain
say-
about anything? I mean, what I'm certain
You're
about.
okay, you're right.
Is what
And
I'm,
how
what I'm
can you be
certain
absolutely
about.
certain about Exodus?
Again,
How
I
can
don't
you
need to be
certain about
absolutely
Exodus?
certain. I don't need to be absolutely certain. I don't know why this absolute
Then how can I
certainty
trust your
has to enter.
interpretation of the text?
Okay, what other interpretation do you have of this text? So I just read
How-
from your favorite translation, which is the New American Standard Bible, right? That you said this is your favorite translation because it's a good translation. And in this translation, it clearly says the word slave multiple times. It talks about slave.
And this one clearly says
and it
God
talks about
multiple
slaves
times.
being the property. So what exactly
And this
is
one
it
says
talking
you can become
about?
gods.
Oh, okay. So what do you mean by slave? What do you mean
And
when
what
you
does
say
this mean?
slave? What is your definition of
Well,
slave?
What is my definition of slave? Well,
Yeah.
there's multiple. You have chattel slavery. You have indentured servitude. You have just working for someone.
Just working for
Like you have
someone.
multiple forms.
So
You
just
could be
working for
working
someone is being a slave, right?
That's one part. Yeah, you could use it, but you could use it even metaphorically. You could use it literally. You could use it figuratively. You could use it chattel slavery. You could use it.
So
in
this
the
is
sense of
about a
ancient Near Eastern
metaphorical
context.
beating, right? Of a metaphorical slave.
Oh, I didn't say that it was about metaphorical
Oh.
beating. That wasn't what I was trying to say. You just asked me what I meant by slavery. I was just trying to give you a broad definition.
Yeah. Okay. So what do you mean? It's
You
like
just-
when you think the Bible talks about slavery. So what do you think they're talking about?
Well, I told you.
In
I
this
said
chapter.
in
It's like. Huh?
I told you. I said in ancient Near Eastern context, and scholars dispute, and they talk about
What
the
scholars?
probability of them being. I told you, scholars, Tremper Lawman III, John H. Walton, even philosophers like Paul Copan, and those types of people, Zion Zebedee. There's a few others, but they talk about how there's probability that they're talking about these slaves being employers and employers, or
How
indentured
certain are they?
servants, or
Are they
indentured servants.
100% certain about this?
No, that's why I said it's disputed.
Oh, okay.
That's why
So,
I said it's probably.
well,
That's why I said
I don't think it's that
probabilities.
disputed, right? Because it's like, I mean,
Oh, it's highly
I mean,
disputed. It's highly disputed in ancient Near
I
Eastern
don't think
context.
it is. I don't think it is.
Oh, it's huge.
No, I don't think it is.
It-
I think it's
it's
when it
huge.
says "for the slave is your property." I don't know exactly. Can you please present me? Give me a book from one of these people that says that in Exodus, right, 21:20, when it says "for the slave is his property," it's actually a metaphorical slave and a metaphorical property. Please give me the name of the author.
Metaphorical.
Please give me the name of the author and the book and the page where it says this, and it's like, please present me where the controversy lies in. Because I listen to like a lot of things, a lot of people talking about these things, a lot of scholars talking about these things. I've read things about it, and it's like I've never encountered like this huge controversy that you're talking about when they're talking about Exodus 20.
That's because no one talks about ancient Near East. That's because no one talks about ancient Near Eastern
Okay, cool.
topics.
So please tell me exactly the names of the books where you're saying that things is happening, because I need to look at them. I need to actually study them closely, because I really care about this, because I've never met anybody that is like, I mean, I met some people kind of like you, right? It's kind of gross, right? It's like to read these verses where it's clearly talking about, owning other people as property, beating them, and getting away scot-free if they only, if they survive a day or two, right? I mean, that's just like, that's gross. I mean, that's gross for me. Maybe not for you because you're a Christian, right? So you love these things. But for me, this is gross, right? So when you're saying that, I mean, it's not a straw man, because you're defending this as being something that's not actually. It's a slave is just working for somebody. You literally said it like a minute ago, brother. You said just working for somebody.
The way you presented.
Okay, so
but the way you presented my position is straw manning. That's what I was letting you know.
Give me the name.
Straw man.
Yeah. Give me the name of the author and the book where they talk about this thing, right? Because I want to look it up. And I want to actually learn something, because you said you have.
Okay, that's fine.
So,
go look up John H. Walton, Lost World of the Torah. Go look up John H. Walton, Ancient Israel literature and its cultural context.
Can you write them in the Can you write them in the side chat, please? So I want the author, the name of the book, and exactly the page where they're talking about these things.
Oh, let me go. I don't know if I have my books with me right now. I'd have to go back to my library and get it.
Great.
But I can get this right now. I'll give you the book names.
Yeah, you can put it in the side chat. It's fine.
That's okay. I got you.
Because dude, like, I'm going to get these books tonight, and I'm going to look in these books tonight.
Please.
And I can guarantee you, like 100%, that none of them are going to go into and talk about Exodus 21:20, and they're going to say, well, actually, that's not about that. Those were like literally slaves. They were kind of like indentured servants that you could beat. Like, there's not one person that I've heard, like not one scholar, like even like the most dumb fuck like evangelical scholar that is saying these things the way you're saying them.
Yeah.
Because it's like, because you're saying it's like this huge controversy, right? Like, I was born yesterday. It's like I never looked into these things, and now you're just coming here and telling me, well, there's actually a huge controversy about Exodus 21:20.
There's a huge controversy about many things.
Yeah, but not about this one. It's like, because you're talking about this one in particular, right? And that's
where
why
you get your certainty from.
You get me. You went to like Psalms, which is like poetry about shit, and it's like, oh well, if you don't know what this word means in this other part, which is like a different word in a different part of the Bible, it's like a different book.
You said that you were.
I'm as certain as anybody
very
can
certain
be.
about.
Yes.
You're very certain about all these, how to read the Bible.
Yeah,
I gave
and you
a text that's very complicated, and you haven't figured out how to understand it or interpret it.
You understand not all texts are the same, right?
So you're
you understand that all texts are the same. No, I'm not cherry picking.
Cherry picking.
That's why I made
you are. You're telling me which ones are certain, which ones you're not certain of.
Who wrote Psalms?
Who wrote Psalms? David.
Yeah. Allegedly, right? Probably not him.
Allegedly.
Did the author of Psalms is the same author of Exodus?
Well, apparently to Christian tradition, it's actually Moses, but I actually don't agree it's actually Moses. I actually agree it's JEPD.
Okay, so is it the same author?
Oh no, it's not the same author. But
no, it's not the same author. Okay, thank you very much.
People.
So it's not the same author. So when I told you that you're trying to make a obfuscation, like making the obfuscation between the penal code and Romeo and Juliet, right? That's what you're doing, right? You're trying to get two books written by two different authors and say, well, it's like if you don't understand what it says in this poetry in Romeo and Juliet, I don't know why you keep over talking. It's like, it's crazy. So
because
you're saying
that over talking me.
Yeah, but you see, the problem is that this is my show and Krishan's show, right? So it's like I can talk more, right? It's like that's the whole point. Right? It's like I want to have my ideas brought forward and challenged.
How egotistical.
Sometimes. Yeah, but this is my show. What can I tell you? It's like you can make your own show.
You're right? Egotistical? You just admitted to that?
It's my show. Do you know that in my show I can actually talk with and ask not to be interrupted?
I respect your honesty. I
do
highly
you have
respect your
those
honesty.
names of the authors and the books where they talk about Exodus 21:20 and this
Yeah,
huge
I'm writing it all
controversy?
down right now. Yes, I'm writing it down right now.
Okay, cool. I'm waiting for it.
I was stopped for a minute because I was in the middle of having a conversation with you because you kept talking as I was writing this down. So apparently you really wanted to talk to me about this.
Yeah, sorry. It's like I was interrupting you while you're writing these things down.
That's okay.
Do you
I
think
forgive you.
Do you think the Earth is flat or do you think the Earth is round? Like a
The Earth is round.
I mean, there's a lot of controversy.
It's
How can you be
spherical.
100% certain?
You're absolutely right. You know what? Finally, we're getting into philosophy of science here, and we're getting into philosophy.
Crazy, right?
I love this.
Yeah,
okay,
but okay, sorry, I was interrupting you. I need those names
of...
first. I need those names first. Sorry, my bad.
No, that's okay. But is there a good conversation you could bring up? That's a good one.
Just first the names, and then we can go into philosophy of science or whatever.
That's okay. I'm trying to make sure I spell them all correctly for you because I don't want to mess up spelling. There. Okay, there we go. Infinite? What do you mean? It's not a pivot. Philosophy of science is a genuine field of research. Have you never actually studied philosophy of science? It's actually very in depth. What do you mean? Why are you laughing? It's a genuine
real thing. Yeah.
It's very.
I mean, it is a real
very
thing,
well
yeah.
respected. It's
And
very
good,
well
too.
respected. It
You
really
take a course on
is.
philosophy of science. Yeah.
Okay, so look, like in the meantime, I was just going to Google and ask Google. It's like, what was while you're writing all that stuff, because you said John Walton, right? And I asked like Google is like, what is like John Walton's position on Exodus 21:20? And I don't really like this like fucking AI overviews because they kind of like shit. And that's why like I'm probably gonna go and just read the book itself and the passages. Yeah, but I'm looking at what it says here, right? And he says like the core of his position is like the law regulates, not idealizes. So he's not saying those are not slaves. She's literally just talking about how in the ancient world slavery was widespread and assumed. So it's like, well, okay, so he's not saying those are not slaves. He's saying that they're slaves. He says like the focus is on legal liability, right? Because he says like in Exodus 21:20 it says that if a master beats a servant and the servant dies immediately, the master is punished, which it says that, right? But if the servant survives, the punishment differs. And he says he's like this interprets in dealing with intent and legal evidence, right? And not saying that the act is acceptable. So again, he's not saying those are not slaves, right? Like he according to this thing, and again, I'm going to go and read what he said in his books, but I don't think I'm going to find anything different, right? Because again, this is kind of in line with what I've heard from like a lot of other scholars, right? Like especially like Christian scholars, right? Where like certain passages, they're like very fucking obvious, It's like they can't really go around and just pretend that words don't mean words. This like they kind of have to say it's like, yeah, they're just gonna say like, well, actually, no, God doesn't say it's good. But they're not saying, that's not slavery, right? Like you're saying, right? I feel like you're trying to kind of create a controversy where there's not a controversy. The controversy is not whether or not those people are. That passage is talking about slaves. It's whether or not it's moral. Like that's the controversy if you want to go. Because like when people talk about Exodus 21:20, yeah, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about like morality of the whole fucking thing. Not whether or not like those people were or not slaves, because that's pretty obvious from the
Why do you think slavery is immoral?
I don't know. I'm just weird like that.
I'm just weird like that.
Yeah, I'm just like I don't want to be a piece of shit fuckface. So I don't want slavery. But anybody wants to.
But how do you like justify objective morality? I would love to know.
That's a longer subject. I actually do believe in. I'm a moral realist. But also,
really?
if you believe in, if you believe in God, you cannot be a moral realist because you believe in divine command theory.
Are we done with our conversation, Daniel? Or you want to start talking to?
Let's go back.
We could. I could
paperback.
stop.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I just don't want to like take you guys away. You know what I'm saying?
No, for sure.
It's fine. But again, it's like I was just talking about this this overview, but I got all the things. Right, that you send me here, right? All these things, and I'm actually going to go into all of them. And look, next week we have another show, and I'm going to tag you, Green Weirdo. Okay, I'm going to tag you.
Send me a friend request, please. I would love to.
Yeah. Okay, look, I'm even sending you a friend request right now, and I'm going to tag you, and I'm going to fucking get the books, and I'm going to beat you with the books you send me. Okay. And you're going to apologize.
Beat me with the books. You're gonna beat me with the books you sent me.
Yes, I'm a weirdo too. Okay, I'm like a sadist.
I don't think that's
I get the book. It's actually not a beating. You don't get it. It's the context. You're missing the context. I don't know if you think it's like how can you believe what I said with 100% certainty? Okay, so when I said beating, it was most like a tickling. Okay.
Tickling.
Yes, but you need to understand it in context, okay? So
well, you know what? At least you explained what you meant in that context, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, there you go. You see? Unlike the Bible, the Bible doesn't really do that much.
No, that's why you have scholars.
I'm confused. Why is religious faith irrational?
I mean, it doesn't really make any sense to.
I'll let you go, bro. I'll let you go, bro.
Okay. Thank you, Green Weirdo.
I want him to, because he wants to talk to you. Let him have a conversation with you. I'll be respectful.
Get your affairs in order, okay, for next week, okay, Green Weirdo.
Yeah, I got like 5 minutes. Let me see if I can be convinced. Why is religious faith irrational?
It's okay. So I'm using the faith as is being wrote about in the Bible. Like Hebrews 11:1.
I'm gonna go to the store, so I just gotta say peace, y'all. I gotta go to the stores. Peace, y'all. If you guys want to send me a friend request, send me a friend request.
I did already.
All right, thank you.
You already accepted. And it says the Bible. In the Bible, it says in Hebrews 11:1, it says that faith is the assurance of things hoped for, the conviction of things not seen. So basically, it's telling you, it's fine to believe things without evidence. Just believe them, bro.
Right.
And if you believe them hard enough, it's all good. So I see that as being extremely irrational because I like to believe things based on actual evidence. What do you think about that?
Right. So so when you read a story, right? Let's just say that the Bible is make believe. When you read a story, when you try to understand the theme of the story, you don't just read one sentence of the book and say, here's my conclusion. Right?
Was that you would say that's pretty
irrational, right? Yeah. So I'm asking you a question. Like you don't do stuff like that, right? Like that would be irrational if you just read one sentence of the story and then draw a conclusion.
Yeah, no. Obviously, right? It's like if I were to look at the whole Bible, the Bible is full of shit.
Cool. Yeah, right. Cool.
The only thing that I've told you is that I'm getting a definition of something from the Bible. I don't know if I'm cutting out or he's cutting out. Somebody's cutting out.
Cutting out. He's cutting out. Yeah.
Oh, you're cutting out. I couldn't hear you. You're roboting, Mr. Robot. Still robot. It's like a PFP. That's Vegeta or something. Roboting. Are you calling from Alpha Centauri or something? You're roboting like crazy.
Yeah. So
now it's better.
Yeah. So you wouldn't just read one sentence. Yeah, you want book and say like this conclusion, right? So, like for example, right, like when the Bible tells you to seek understanding, you think that's irrational?
Oh no, I think it's fine to seek understanding.
Right, when it says to seek wisdom, you think that's
that's also fine. But I'm not talking about wisdom or understanding. I'm talking about faith. And when the Bible defines faith, that's how it defines it.
Hold on. Yeah, in God's word, right? It's not just telling you to have faith in nothing, right?
Oh, that's what it says in this one. That's why I'm telling you. That's why I'm saying that faith is irrational.
Yeah, Daniel. Yeah, Daniel.
Yes.
What you just seem to don't understand is that you just told me when you read one sentence of a book to understand the theme of the story.
Yeah, but again, it's like this. I'm not talking about a story. So, like, if you read what it says here in the name of the show tonight, it says faith is irrational.
Daniel,
I didn't say. I'm trying to explain. Like, I swear, it's like it's gonna get better.
But you keep cutting me off. You said you don't understand, so I'm trying to explain it to you, right? In the same way, you don't read one sentence of a book to come to a conclusion, right? The Bible is made up of many
read the
different
name of the channel?
Okay. So you're doing an internal critique, right? So if you're doing an
No,
internal
that's
critique,
not what
yes or
I'm
no?
doing. I'm
you're
saying faith is irrational.
Why do you
Oh
keep
my
cutting me
God.
off?
Because you're literally not tracking, and I'm trying like my hardest to make you track. Yeah, I'm trying my hardest to make you track. I swear. Look, I'm trying to explain to you, but you're not letting me.
Yeah, Daniel, hold on. Okay.
Oh, I'm holding on.
so
Look,
you're just
I'm
gonna
on my
keep
chair. It's just like holding on. Like I'm not falling. Trust me. Like I'm not gonna
so you
fall
keep
from
cutting
here.
me. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. So
What
the problem with
is
this
faith?
whole thing is that the problem with this whole thing, it depends. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get to.
The faith is
trying to get at. So how are you so you're defining faith from the Bible, but you're saying it's not an internal critique. So can you help me square that circle, please?
No, I'm using the definition that the Bible gives, and it's also like because I could use my own definition, right?
Yeah, Daniel. What I'm asking
I can use my own. Do you want me to use my own definition?
Why do you keep cutting? Like, do you have like low impulse control? Why do you keep cutting me off? Okay.
I'm having a low impulse. I don't know. It's like maybe I don't know. Maybe I do. I'm trying to explain things to you, but you're you have like a very short fuse and like a very you talk about like low impulse control, but you don't seem to have any, right? So it's like even my low impulse control is still higher than your no impulse control. So what I'm trying to do. No, I'm not. Because it is my show and blah blah blah. So the thing is like there's a theme to the show, and my claim is that faith is irrational, right? And I could also use my own definition of faith, right? But I'm trying to give like an olive branch, and I'm saying, you know what? I'm going to use the believer's definition of faith, right? And the best place that I can get the definition, the best place where I can get that definition of faith, like it's the Bible, right? Because in Hebrews 11:1, it literally gives you the definition of faith. Okay? Do you agree with that definition from Hebrews 11:1?
Right. So I'm going to explain what I was going to say.
Do you agree? That was a question. It wasn't like an invite to talk for half an hour. That was a question that's answered with yes or no, right? Do you agree with the definition of faith from Hebrews 11:1?
Yeah, and for the whole Christian faith, no. Within that context of the scripture, sure. Can I explain it, or are you going to keep cutting me off?
Do you have other places where you have the definition of faith in the Bible?
Are you going? So is it an eternal critique or not?
Do you have another place where you have the definition of faith in the Bible?
Are you going to let me talk, or are you going to keep cutting me off?
I mean, I'm asking you questions. If you cannot answer them, what is the point?
Yeah, I did answer the question. I said to the faith, no, that's not what faith only entails. That's what I said. You're trying to. You're
do you have another definition except this one from Hebrews 11?
Are you doing an internal critique or not?
No, what I'm doing, I'm using your definition from the Bible.
That's what an internal critique is, bro.
No, it's not. Because I'm not critiquing the definition. I'm using it.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, you're not critiquing the definition when you just.
No, that's why I'm not doing an internal critique. I'm just getting the definition from there.
Wait. You said this is the definition from the Bible. Let me tell you why it's irrational. How is that not a critique? What are you talking about?
Yeah, because I'm not critiquing the definition, because I agree with it.
You said it's irrational, so you are critiquing it. You said it's irrational. You read the definition, so you are critiquing it.
That's why I think faith is irrational. Yeah. Because it's like, do you have another definition of faith?
That's not what Christians believe. They don't believe believe things. Because, there's evidence for it, right?
So where is that? Where is that? Where do you get that from?
Yeah, right. So when I told you that,
yeah. Okay, bro. So it's like if you come here to feel, bro, it's like you have a timer. It's like don't fucking feel, bro, and don't be an asshole.
This guy might be a D1 bad faith debater, bro.
Just chill. Yeah, cool. Happy for you, man. So please,
interrupt him more when he starts talking, bro. Come on.
Right.
Okay.
So how am I bad faith?
Okay, so I'm asking you, is like, do you have another definition of faith that you like to use? Because you said that the Hebrews 11 one is not a good definition.
Yes, like when you have faith in God, you don't have faith in God that He's going to do nothing, do everything. I mean, and you just believe it, right? There's evidence given to you, right? The
So
scriptures.
where do you get
abound
the
with faith.
definition from? Because I already gave you like a place in the Bible where it literally has a definition of faith. You're saying that that's a bad thing that I did. So do you have another place where you have a
I didn't
better
say-
definition in
yeah,
the Bible?
that's not what I said. Yeah, that's not what I said. I asked you if it's eternal critique. You said no.
Brother, can you get in with the conversation? Do you have another definition of faith instead of besides this one from Hebrews 11:1?
Yeah, I would just say it's belief, right?
Where do you get it from? Is it from the Bible?
Give me a second. I'll give it for you. 1 second. I'm just trying to understand if this is eternal critique or not.
Who gives a flying fuck if it's an internal critique or not? We're talking about faith, and we have to use the definition of faith, right? So if I use the definition that it's in the Bible, then faith is irrational, because that would mean that you have to believe things without evidence, and that's irrational. You should not believe things without evidence.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because that's what the apostles did, right? Like, are you fucking? You're this is hilarious. Is that what the apostles did? Did they just believe things without evidence?
I don't know. I have no idea
No, they
what the
didn't.
apostles believed,
No,
because
yeah,
you know what
yeah,
we
no, they
don't
didn't.
have? You know what we don't have from the apostles? Any writings from the apostles. Yeah. Like
Yeah,
literally
yeah.
zero apostles wrote anything. So I have no fucking idea what they believed in or didn't believe in.
All right. So, how do you want this definition? You want me to screenshot or you want me to read it to you? How do you want it?
I don't know, man. Give me a fucking verse. It's like the Bible. Like Bible has verses. You know?
Yeah,
I gave you, it's like, this is
and-
from Hebrews 11:1. Do you have a better one?
How's this guy an admin? Are you retarded? I'm reading the definition from the scriptures, right? From the
Okay,
Greek.
so
Do you want the definition?
what is the
Do
what
you
is the
want
scripture?
definition or do you want the definition or not? I'll give you the scripture.
Okay, brother, when I asked you, where are you reading it from? You should just tell me it's from blah, 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 blah. That's why it's like, just like I said, Hebrews 11:1. That's how you have to do it. If it's from the scripture, just tell me, what is the scripture? Because I want to look at it too.
Okay. Matthew 9:29. You're not going to get a definition from there because I'm reading you the definition from the Greek Bible. Are you fucking stupid? That's why I asked you.
I'm
What
not
do
like you,
ask
so
me-
I'm not. Yeah.
You asked me a definition. I'm going to
Okay,
give
so
you a
I'm
definition. Why
I'm
are you
reading
doing this?
Matthew 9:29.
Why are
And in
I'll give
Matthew
you the
9:29,
definition. I am retarded.
in
Oh my
Matthew
Lord.
9:29, okay, in Matthew 9:29, it says, do you want me to read it? Okay, it says, then he
Then
touched their eyes, saying, it shall be done for you according to your faith. Oh, okay, so there's
Right,
no
right,
definition
right.
of faith
Yeah,
in
right,
this
right,
in
right.
this verse you just blabbered.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I can read you the definition. I can read you the definition.
There's
Do you
no
want the
definition in the
definition
things
for
you
faith?
sent me. Where are you reading the definition from?
Started the Bible's not a dictionary. Are you fucking retarded, dog? It's not a dictionary.
Brother, okay, like you don't want to have a conversation. Yeah, just you can just leave. It's fine, no problem. Like, oh, it's
Wait,
like, where's the definition?
I have a question.
Yeah,
I have a
go
question. I have a question. I'm not going to get into a whole nother conversation with you because we've done that. I have a question. So, I mean, after we had our initial main conversation, right, where you only disagreed with one premise, which I then fully justified. After that,
You
then
didn't.
just went into the whole evidentialism thing, right? The thing, and this is what you keep going back to. It's irrational because you can't like see it. And I'm asking, are you like a radical empiricist? Do you think you can only know what you know through sense data, or what? Because that's what it seems to be when you say, "Oh,
well,
you
not
can't see it."
necessarily, no.
Yeah.
But if you make empirical claims, there should be empirical evidence, right?
Well, what if you're making a claim that I mean, it's not necessarily not. I think when people saying God is real, it's not an empirical claim, right? It's a claim,
of course
it's a
it
claim
is.
that they're saying is true.
Of course it is.
They're
What do you
not
mean it's
saying
not an
that they saw
empirical
it
claim?
with well, they're not saying that they realize that they knew it
No,
through
but
sense
it's an
data.
empirical claim, because when people say God exists, they also say God created the universe. That's an empirical claim. It says God created humans. That's an empirical claim. So there's so many empirical claims in that claim that God exists.
what I'm asking you,
Yeah.
because this is what you keep going back to. It's like, oh, well, you know, what is the evidence, as in like sense data evidence is what you keep on, even though you don't say that word, you're doing this evidentialism thing, which is an epistemology that fails on its own grounds, because that you only know things, that you can only know things that you experience is not itself something that you know from experience.
What?
It's not?
You keep on
Yeah,
making
it's
the
like
case for
it
what is
literally
the
made no sense. So when I said what, it's like everything you said like made no sense. So it's like kind of like, oh, can you
Okay,
rephrase
I mean, if you
that?
can't understand it, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm slow.
Okay,
I'm
I'll
slow.
say it again.
I'm slow.
I'll say
It's
it again.
fine.
Okay, for sure.
What
For
can I
sure.
say?
For sure. I'm not trying to insult you, by the way. Anyways.
No, it's like it's fine. I don't get
what I'm
it
saying
anyway.
what I'm saying is, you keep on going back to what is the evidence, right? What like what is the experience you've had that has made you go, okay, yes, now I see this with whatever senses, and I'm telling you that the epistemology that you have, which is that you can only know things that you experience, is self not something that you know through experience. So it's self-refuting.
No, I didn't say that either. So I don't know why you think I said that.
I know you didn't say that exact claim, but it's what you imply.
Oh no, but you're putting
like,
words in my mouth, right? It's like, and the
yeah,
thing
but it's
is,
what you
I can,
so it's what you imply.
No, that's what you understand. It's again, it's like I'm not implying shit. So what I'm saying is that if somebody makes an empirical claim, there should be empirical evidence. If somebody makes a conceptual claim, I'm okay with just having conceptual evidence, right? That's fine. You don't need to have empirical evidence for conceptual claims. But if you're making empirical claims, well, I would very much like to be presented with like some empirical evidence. You know what I mean? That would be like lovely if that would be possible. So when people say God exists, right, and God is the creator of the universe, that is an empirical claim, and you should have some evidence that that's actually the case. But whenever I'm talking with religious people and I'm asking for that evidence, what they're doing is just giving me Aquinas.
Well, I mean, first of all, whoever you're talking to, they sound based. Secondly, the empirical claim of God created the universe. Well, really, the claim is that God exists, which is a non-empirical claim, and then the empirical claim that He created the universe simply follows from that non-empirical claim that God exists.
Can you repeat?
Okay. So what you were saying is that God exists is actually an empirical claim. You were saying that because that claim implies the empirical claim that God created the universe. And sure, we agree that if I said God created the universe, that is an empirical claim. But
do you think God created the universe?
Wait, no, I see what you're trying to do. I'm not going to answer that because I'm saying the claim they're making is non-empirical that God exists, and the empirical claim that He created the universe simply follows.
So God exists in reality?
It follows that from the non-empirical claim that He exists.
Wait, so does God exist in reality?
Can you know things about reality that are non-empirical?
No. I'm asking you if does He exist in reality?
He exists in reality.
Okay, so He exists outside of our minds, right?
Yep.
And independent of our minds too, right?
Yep.
Well, that's an empirical claim, right? As soon as you say that,
right?
Because if you were to say, let me finish. No, it does. I'm explaining to you. No, I'm not. I didn't. I'm explaining to you. Okay. So if you were to tell me that God don't exist, but He only exists in our minds, right? This is like a concept in our brains. I would be like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I agree with that, right? God exists as a concept in our minds. But you're not just saying that, right? What you're saying is that this God actually exists in reality, exists in the universe, and is independent of our mind, right? The moment you do that, the moment you say that God is something that exists outside of our minds, boom, that's an empirical claim. You just made an empirical claim, right? He exists outside of our minds. He's not just a concept. He's not just a thought that we have. No. It's an actual reality in the universe.
Do you think that we can know things about reality that we wait, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, do you think we can know things about reality that we don't observe empirically?
Like what? Can we know about reality?
I'm just asking you. Do you think we can know anything at all about reality that we don't observe empirically?
I don't know. I've never seen an example. Do you have an example?
I mean, okay. I mean, if you're just gonna do this like I don't know thing, that okay. I mean, that's
no,
fine,
but this is the thing. So I'm not going to make up shit just because it's like you want me to make up
if
shit.
you said no,
so
that's fine.
It's like no, but I know. I said I don't know. It's like I don't know of anything that we know about reality that is not empirical.
Okay.
Like,
okay. Do
you know of
think
anything?
It's possible?
Do you know of anything that we know? If it's
do you think it's
possible, like, do you mean logically
to know things
possible?
about reality? No. Do you think that in our reality, it is possible to know things about reality that we don't empirically observe?
I don't know. Can we?
Okay.
How
I mean, if that's
how we
fine.
how
I've
could
already,
we
wait, we've
how
already
could we
had a
know
convo.
that?
We've already had a convo. We've already had a convo.
But how could we know that?
Go back into it. That's fine.
No, but how could we know
Deduction.
that?
Deduction from concepts, which we learn, and then we deduce
Deduction from
necessary,
concepts?
implications.
Like what?
Yeah. We deduce the necessary implications. Okay, I'm not having the conversation.
Okay.
We've done this.
Okay, so it's like you're talking about conceptual things, right? Not like real things in reality.
We deduce the necessary implications.
No. It's like you're talking about, can we know some things about reality, right? Like reality is everything that exists in the universe. And then it's like, we look at the universe and we can get to the laws of logic, right? And it's like, once we get to the laws of logic, we can say, okay, so P is P is not P, right? It's either P or not P. Oh, cool. So it's like we have a base from which we can start to kind of like understand how reality functions, right? But now you're asking me, can we know something about reality without, just by deduction? Well, I don't know. How do you make those deductions? It's like those deductions are not just like falling out of like nowhere, right? It's like you base them on like these laws of logic, and these laws of logic, they're empirical. It's like that's the thing with them. They're literally empirical. So you're literally relying on empiricism to make all these things, all these deductions that you actually say they're not empirical. So no, it's like if you can give me an example of something that we just know with no empiricism behind it whatsoever, cool. I'm happy for you to give me that. I never heard anybody being able to do it.
Wait. I agree that like deduction should have an empirical claim in them.
Yeah.
And then like
so,
it takes what we know empirically, and then it deduces the logical implications of that to know things that we don't have, that we haven't observed empirically. So I agree. Like there should most preferably deductions should include empirical claims. But yeah.
Yeah, you see, because when we were talking like earlier, because I think it's fine. It's like I think you're like good faith conversationalist. Okay, so it's like I'm, and I'm, you're good at taking jokes and all that, right? So I like people like that, even if we don't agree with like everything, which we shouldn't, right? It's not mandatory. The thing is like even when I was looking at your 14 like sentences, right? It's like you maybe didn't see it, right? But you went from like this purely deductive thing, purely conceptual stuff, you went to substance, like instantly, right? And you made this leap without even understanding that you made the leap, right? From like a purely conceptual stuff to like substance, right? And the moment you start talking about substance, you understand. It's like you're firmly like implanted into empiricism at that point, right?
Okay, I keep getting dragged back in here, so I'm just gonna leave the VC after this because I'm not trying to keep doing this.
Oh no, it's fine. It's like if you don't want to talk about it anymore, we don't have to.
It wasn't like it wasn't like a completely rationalist, like it wasn't like an ontological argument, right? It did use an empirical claim in that deduction. That being the change.
I mean, that's the difference between what you were saying in those 14 things and probably Aquinas, right? Because Aquinas,
but in my,
did not even talk about
and
like
also in Aquinas. Both Aquinas and me.
Aquinas doesn't talk about like substances, though. In his
in the deduction, there is an empirical claim inserted, and then also non-empirical claims. There's both.
Yeah. But anyways, like I also don't think that's why you believe in God, though. It's like I've never met anybody that actually believes in God just based on this like philosophical arguments. It's like no, like nobody does that. But somehow, like this all this like Philbro movement, like orthobro movement, just like tries to make people, you should believe in God because look, I have this long diatribe and using very weird words about reality. And I don't really buy that at all.
Yeah, so like you're Christian, so and like your philosophical argument doesn't specifically prove the Christian God. So like it could be like for all you know, like your God could be like Tung Tung Sahur.
Oh, it's Allah. It's like when he made that one, it's Allah.
Okay.
He was
Yo,
talking
Paul,
about
WB, I mess with that. WB.
If we get to the rest of the rest of the things, we get to it being one, immutable,
he had
eternal,
34 more.
material, incorporeal, perfect, fully good, omnipotent, intelligent, omniscient.
We're not going to the other 34. Yeah, it's too long.
We don't get Jesus Christ, but we do get a God with all of the attributes that like any Christian assigns to God. Of course, now the claim of Jesus Christ himself is obviously just empirical.
But do you believe in, like you said, because you're a Christian, right? So look, I'm going to ask you. I don't know if you were here like from the beginning, but I'm going to ask you. You believe in the Yahweh or whatever, right? So do you believe in the Omni God? Yeah. Do you believe in the Omni God?
What
like the tri-omni, omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent?
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, wait. I mean, omniscient. Omniscient.
So omniscient just means you know everything, right?
You know,
omnipotent, you can do anything that is logically possible.
Yeah, you can do anything logically possible.
And omnipresent is like, you're everywhere at the same time.
I mean, omnipresent. I'm not sure I would even say that.
That's what it means. I'm telling you what the word means.
Yeah, no, I'm not even saying I would assign that to him though.
So he's not omnipresent. So he's just omniscient.
Well, in a way, it's like he's omnipresent in the way that that all like any cause that happens, any A causing B, all causation, like the ultimate foundation of that causal chain is God. He's omnipresent in that way.
But that's not what the word omnipresent means. That's what I'm saying. So that wouldn't be omnipresent, because omnipresent just means he's everywhere at the same time, right?
Is there like a point you're trying to get to here?
Yeah. I obviously.
Okay,
but if you don't agree with omnipresent, we can get past it, right? So he's not omnipresent. He's only omniscient and omnipotent.
Honestly, right? On omnipresence, I'm just not exactly sure what
it's fine.
I would hold to for that.
Yeah, we can dump it. Not a problem. It's fine, right? But he's omniscient, right? So he knows everything, and he's omnipotent. He can do anything that is logically possible. You would agree with that, right? And I think you would also agree that things that are logically contradictory, they don't exist, right? Yeah. So, for example, do you think God can learn new things?
I think that would be a contradiction for someone who knows all to learn new.
Yeah, right. I mean, so he cannot learn. So he cannot learn new things.
He didn't know. Exactly. That he is and he isn't omniscient at the same time.
Yeah. So that's something he cannot do, right? Learn new things, right?
Well, he also exists outside of time, so there's nothing even like new.
No, I know, but that's something he cannot do, right?
I would say that's a contradiction. So yeah.
Yeah. So God does not exist because his two attributes of omniscience and omnipotence actually entail a contradiction. So he doesn't exist.
Wait, how is that a contradiction?
Because you said he's omnipotent, so he can do anything that is logically possible. And also he's omniscient.
It's logically impossible.
Exactly. So he cannot be at the same time omniscient and omnipotent.
Wait, why not?
Because if he's omnipotent, that would mean that he's able to learn new things. But he's omniscient and he cannot learn new things.
That does not mean that.
Of course that's what it means. It's like what the words mean.
But
we agreed with
the word.
We agreed with this.
Yeah, we say he can do all that's logically possible.
Why, dude? Get the mic
all that's
like
logically
a bit
possible.
Further from the mouth.
And that's not logically possible.
What is not logically possible?
For an omniscient being to learn new things.
So exactly. But that's the thing. It's like he cannot learn new things. But learning a new thing is not logically impossible. Except if you're God. If you're God and you're omniscient, then you cannot do that, right? So that's the thing you cannot do. You cannot do the learning new things.
Yeah, you cannot do the logical impossibility, right?
No, you cannot do the new thing, right? Because it's like learning new things is not logically impossible. Because I can learn new things.
But it's logically impossible to learn something if you know everything.
Yeah, but that's a thing that I can do and God cannot do.
Because you don't know everything, though.
Yeah.
I don't like this question. I think this is kind of like, can God create a rock he can't lift?
Yeah, this is
the contradiction, I believe, is built into the question. I really don't like it.
Well, I do, because I think it actually is very apt, right? Because, again, it's like when you're saying somebody is omnipotent, it means it can do anything, right? That is logically possible. Yeah, but it's like,
can you make a right-left turn?
Exactly, right? So obviously that's not logically possible, right? Making a right-left turn is not logically possible. So obviously there's no point in you asking if God can do that, right? But if I'm asking if God can learn new things, learning new things is not logically impossible. Learning new things is actually logically possible. Well, but that means he's not omnipotent, right? He's almost.
That does not mean that.
Almost omnipotent. But he's almost omnipotent, right? He can do almost everything, right? Except learning new things. Also, can God forget anything?
It's logical impossibility.
Can God forget anything?
For a being that is God.
But can he forget anything?
That's a logical impossibility, man.
I mean, he cannot forget anything because he knows everything, right? So that's another thing he cannot do, right? So he cannot
he can't
learn anything new.
Right.
And it's not logically impossible to learn new things.
It is. It is for God.
Really?
It is for a being.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. He's not omnipotent, right?
Can I say real quick?
There's two things he cannot do: learn new things and forget things. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I think there's a small disconnect, and I'm not sure if you did on purpose or not. But like you switched your definition the last 2 minutes from, because initially what you said is that he can do everything logically possible is what you said.
Yeah, is learning new things. No, I know, but that's why I said, is learning new things logically possible?
Okay, and then I would like to answer that question.
And then
later, I'll let you go.
Can I finish this? Sorry. Then you agreed that what I wrote down, knowing everything and learning something is logically impossible, right? That's you agree to that as well.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
So
you knowing everything excludes you from being omnipotent, because you knowing everything excludes you from doing at least two things which are logically possible for everybody else, which is learning new things.
But they're not
learning new things. Yeah, for God.
You agreed on earlier.
Yeah, but for God, it's not logically
possible. I want to clarify my answer to your question then. Because,
but for God, that's a thing he cannot do. Because
I want to clarify my answer to your question, because you said, is it logically possible to learn new things? For humans, yeah.
Something that's nothing to do with the conversation. Can I ask you?
That completely.
I don't know your mic. Your mic is kind of weird. Sometimes it feels like you're putting your mic in your mouth, and it's just like I'm having a headset. I don't know about you, but it's kind of fucking my ears. Okay, so just try to have a respectable distance between you and your microphone. Okay. So because sometimes I can't even hear you because you're too close, and it's it's distorting, right? Okay. So can you repeat what you just said? Because I didn't hear what you said.
Okay. So your original question was, is it logically, or no, you at one point asked, is it logically possible to learn new things? I would say for humans, yes.
Yeah, but for God though.
So why is that a problem? Because then it is not a logical possibility for him to learn new things.
Exactly. But I said that.
Logically possible?
I already said that.
But it isn't logically possible.
But it means in that case, it just means that God cannot do something that we as humans do, right? So he clearly cannot be omnipotent. He can keep being omniscient.
Doesn't follow.
Well, in that case, what you would have to do, you would have to say, well, he's omnipotent, but he cannot go against his nature, right? So it's his nature is to be omniscient, so he cannot go against his nature, and that would kind of take away from his omnipotence, right? Because I can also say, well, I'm also omnipotent because I can do everything that is logically possible for me. Right? There's nothing that's in my nature that I cannot do. Right? I mean, you're going to tell me, but Daniel, you can't fly. And I'm telling you, yeah, obviously I can't fly. It's not in my nature to be able to fly. But everything that's in my nature, I can do, right? Right? in God's nature, if he's omniscient, in his nature, it's like he cannot learn new things and he cannot forget things, right? So he can do anything except these two things. He can do anything that is logically possible in the universe except these two things, because if you were to do these two things,
those things aren't logical,
those would be in contradiction
possible,
with his other attribute of
days.
omniscience.
I think the part that's doing all the heavy lifting in this statement is that if you knew everything, can you learn new things? Right? I could take God out and put a person there. If a person knew anything, could they learn new things?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that omniscience and omnipotence, they're excluding these attributes, they're excluding each other, right? You cannot have omniscience and omnipotence, because if you have omniscience, you clearly cannot have omnipotence, right? You can be omnipotent without being omniscient, right? Because then you could also do learning and forgetting, right? And you can do anything, including these two things. But if you have omniscience, you cannot have omnipotence. You cannot have them at the same.
Possible because of the knowing everything part. Like, that's what's making it not logically possible. That's the part that's doing all the heavy lifting.
And that's what I was saying. That's why they're contradictory. So it's like you cannot say God has both of these attributes.
That those two attributes are contradictory.
Exactly. So you cannot have your God with this
gotten that, dude.
What?
You haven't gotten you keep on saying like these two premises, and then you don't draw it to the conclusion.
Yeah, because this is the thing. So when you're saying somebody is omnipotent, it means it can do anything that is logically possible. And we can look at actions, because look, for me is logically impossible, right? If I were to say that, for me it's also logically impossible to teleport, right? Because it's not in my fucking nature. I can't teleport around, right? And I would tell you, well, I mean, obviously I can't teleport. I mean, I'm omnipotent, but I cannot teleport because that's not in my nature, right? Like, my nature prohibits me from teleporting.
I don't think it would be logically impossible for you to fly. I think, like, logically it is possible for you to fly, like grow wings.
No, what? It's not in my nature. What do you mean? It's in my nature prohibits me from flying.
You're just saying nature to keep it like really vague. I don't know.
Well, my attributes, right? Like the attributes that I have prohibited me, like logically, from flying. The same way God's attributes of omniscience prohibit him logically from learning new things or forgetting some things.
Bro, we should all just worship Tung Tung God.
That is true. I agree with that one.
I'm gonna eat cottage cheese and get out of here.
Don't do that. You know how many cottages are being burned each year to make cottage cheese? Like a lot. So, getting back to your God. So now your God, so he's only either omniscient or omnipotent. So what do you choose? What do you choose?
I explained to you how that doesn't apply because it is a contradiction, and there's no reason that those attributes would contradict each other.
But they do. Right? It's like, it's like learning new things is not logically impossible. Right? Unless you know everything, right? Unless one of your attributes is to know everything, then you cannot have this other power of learning new things. Correct? Do you agree with me that if God was not omniscient, he could learn new things?
I don't even agree that the premise. I think that your premise one is logically impossible, so I can't give an answer because I don't.
What is my premise one? What is my premise one?
If God was not omniscient, I don't think that's logically possible.
So you don't think God is omniscient, or?
No, I said I don't think it's logically possible for God to not be omniscient.
Oh, okay. So, but he's not. So, okay, so he is omniscient, right? In that case, but he's not omnipotent. He is almost omnipotent. I mean, he cannot do everything, right? There's at least two things he cannot do.
So, what does omnipotent mean? You can actualize all potency.
No, omnipotent. No, we actually. That's why before getting into this, I defined terms with you. I don't know if you remember. And when we define terms, right? We said it's like, what is omnipotent? You can do everything that is logically possible.
Yeah.
And the thing is, learning new things is actually logically possible, unless you are omniscient. If you're omniscient, you cannot do that, right?
Oh, so it's a logical impossibility. Wow.
Yes. Yes.
So
you cannot be at the same time. You cannot be omniscient and omnipotent. Of course, it follows. How does it not follow? Please present me how it doesn't follow.
Brother, I believe you're the one making the claim. It does follow, right? Like you don't get from those two things to therefore he can't be both.
Well, I mean, that's why we define terms, right? So when we define terms,
we define terms. I'm good with the definition.
We say, cool. So we have one definition, right? What is omnipotent? You can do anything that is logically possible, right? So that's a category of things that people can do, that beings can do, and we can look at all of them and say, okay, is this thing logically possible? And we can say, okay, can making a left-right turn, is that possible? No. So it's we throw it out, right?
Now there's an omniscient being.
Yeah, I'm still explaining, right? So you need to pay attention a bit. So it's like we're looking at this vast group of things that beings can do, right? Like making a right-left turn or a left-right turn, that's not logically possible, right? So it contradicts the laws of logic. So we throw it out the window, right? It's not part of the omnipotent category, right? Learning new things, we can all agree, like learning new things is not illogical, right? It doesn't contradict the laws of logic, right? So we put it into the omnipotent bag, right? Of the things that are part of the omnipotent. Yes, of course, yes.
No, I don't think we do put that in that bag.
Of course we can.
Because
that's how we do it. That's how we do. That's how we put things in the bag.
No,
that's how we put things in the bag.
We have to be specific. You're saying learning new things, as if learning new things is an abstract thing. No, learning new things in what context? Because doing anything that you do
it's an action,
context, right?
So it's an action, right? It's an action.
Learning new things is only logically possible for somebody who doesn't know everything.
Exactly, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you have to put the logic. You're saying learning new things is logically possible. That's only possible in context. Like I don't just give you that. It's just like an abstract truth out in the world. It's possible to learn new things.
Saying that it's logically possible because we can do it because we don't know everything is not the same.
But it's in the category
you're
of
making the
omnipotent.
contradiction in the question, I think.
No, it isn't.
I don't think you understand it either, Socrates. Because I really don't think like any of you are actually understanding this point. And it's actually, if you think about it properly,
I'm telling you,
if you think about it properly, you can understand it. No, it's like when you say omnipotent, it means you can do anything that is logically possible. Right? Anything that is logically possible. Learning a new thing is not logically impossible. So if it's not logically impossible...
Stop.
Okay, again, it's like Mike...
Because you keep doing this. You keep doing this, man. You keep saying learning new things is not logically impossible. You can't just say learning new things. You have to put that in context.
No, but it doesn't matter. Like when you say omnipotent, it's not about context. It's about logic.
Yes, it is.
It's not about fucking context. No, it has nothing to do with context.
You can say something is logically possible.
You can say it as much as you like. You can say it as much as you like about context. It has nothing to do with context. We just look at things and actions that beings can do, and we just have to say, okay, is this thing logically impossible? And if it's not logically impossible, it goes in the bag of omnipotent, right? If it's logically impossible, we throw it out, right? Learning
what's
new
logically
things,
possible for a human to learn
new things. No, it doesn't matter if it's like for humor or anything else.
No. Be specific. It's learning new things is possible for who? What in what case is that logically?
Okay,
possible?
sorry. It's like can God teleport?
I don't like he's immaterial. I don't even know how that would apply. I don't know.
So he can't.
I don't even know how to. I just don't even know how to.
Because again, it's like what you're doing. Yeah, but this is the thing. It's like what you're doing is saying, it's like, well, obviously, it's like he cannot learn new things because he's omniscient, right? So that for him would be logically impossible. But that's not what omnipotent means. Omnipotent just refers to something that can do everything.
Okay.
Everything.
Here's my question, though.
As long as something is logically possible, it's in the category of omnipotent. As soon as you get anything out of that bag of omnipotence, right? Boom, that being is not omnipotent anymore.
Okay, let me ask you something.
That's why you cannot have
because you keep on doing
cannot have omniscience and omnipotence at the same time.
Wait. I really want to get this point out. I really want to get because he keeps on doing.
Can I put this one sentence because I guess it's still what we're getting strung up in. It's like learning something while being omniscient, right, is not impossible.
Yeah, I agree it's impossible.
That's like
obviously. Really, it's like I'm saying this from the beginning.
You make a category where you say learning something is possible, right? It's logically possible, sure, right? Under those conditions, completely possible. But if you are omniscient, it's logically not possible. So it's not falling under that category.
Yeah, because here's what he's doing.
Yeah, and I understand where you guys are having the problem.
No. Let me explain the problem you're doing. Daniel,
what does it mean to be omnipotent? What does it mean to be omnipotent?
No, I know you're trying to do. I'm going to talk about a different point. You're saying learning new things is logically possible. You can't just say learning new things is logically possible because that's not a specific action. No,
that's the whole fucking point. That's the whole point.
There isn't just the existence of
like
learning
when you're
new
making
things abstractly.
Oh my god!
You have to put it in the context. Learning new things is
no. So your context is my God cannot learn new things because he's omniscient. So obviously for him is logically impossible because he's omniscient, right? But what I'm positing is that you can fucking have another God that is not omniscient. And that God could also do. Dude, it doesn't matter if it's your God or not your God. You understand?
Well, it doesn't fit the definition of God.
No, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's your God or not. It's like I can posit another God that is not omniscient. And you know what? That God could also learn new things and forget things. Right? So that God could do more things, right, than your God.
Okay. Once again, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to go lead to eat cottage cheese. You keep saying learning new things is logically possible. That is a meaningless statement unless you put it in the context, in whatever context it's in.
Okay.
Because every statement,
no, it's not a meaningless.
Any action.
Again, it's not about meaning or not meaning. Any action can only be logically possible or not. No. Paperback man.
And it's logically, and it means nothing.
Oh my god, dude, shut up a second, please.
It means nothing without the context.
No, but that's on you. It's like you're trying to put some like more small caveats to that thing, and that's irrelevant.
Every action is completely in context.
No, because when I say what does it mean to be omnipotent? Omnipotent just has a definition. It means to be able to do all things. One of the things that can be done logically is learning new things. That's
in what context? In what context?
It doesn't matter in what context.
It does.
It's something that is logically possible.
What can learn new things?
It doesn't matter. It's an action.
All of those things matter.
At least, if at least one thing can do it and it's not logically impossible, then somebody can be able to do it. Period.
Yeah, I'm okay. That I just, oh my days. Did you seriously just say that? Okay, so
I mean, I'm sorry. It's like it's about definitions, right? It's like if you don't understand what the definition entails, that's not on me.
No, you keep on failing. You keep on failing to understand what you're saying when you say it is logically possible to learn something. Okay, I'm gonna go eat cottage cheese now.
Well, it's either logically possible to learn new things or logically impossible to learn new things. It's a binary. It's like it doesn't work either, any other way. Like for some beings, right? Some beings can learn new things. Other beings cannot learn new things. Like for example, God. If God is omniscient, he definitely cannot learn new things. Boom. So he cannot be omniscient because that thing that some other beings can do is not something that he can do. Because otherwise it would be a contradiction, right? So he cannot be omniscient and omnipotent at the same time because those two things would be contradictory. So he is just almost omnipotent. He can do everything except these two things. So he's not omnipotent anymore because he cannot do all things. He can do almost all things. I don't know, Sid, do you want to talk about this? Because like both you and Smarcrates, it seems like you guys are not getting this either.
No, I mean, obviously, I think I get it, right? That's why I'm arguing, right? I think you make like a error here where you're saying like in your like definition, it's like when I like first spoke, as I said, like you agree to the definition. He can do everything logically possible, right? But if you're already omniscient, obviously by the nature of it, it's impossible to learn something new. So it's psychologically impossible.
That's why it would be impossible to be omnipotent.
So it shouldn't be part of the follow-up definition, right? So like I don't see that as a contradiction because like in definition that you have been that you gave, like logically possible, it's not falling in this realm because it's logically impossible.
Yeah, because
there's
look,
no contradiction.
This is the thing. It's like you're trying to look at this learning through the prism of the omniscience. That's not what I'm doing, and that's not what you should be doing. You should just be looking at the action itself, right? Is the action possible logically? Is it logically possible to learn new things?
Yes, not if you're
No. You don't need to qualify it, right?
Why?
If it's no, because you don't need. I'm telling you. I'm going to tell you.
To qualify something.
I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you in a second why. Okay, look, I'm going to do something. I'm going to get my paint. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna do it in paint, and we're gonna learn with paint. Okay. Let me see.
This kind of goes back to what you were saying, Daniel, about like that would make us omnipotent because we can't do things.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, right? Because it's like if you're starting to qualify these things, well, obviously for this creature it cannot do that because it would be logically impossible. Yeah, because there would be a contradiction there if it does that, right? So let's say we have this thing, right? So it's like here, like OP, omnipotency, right? So when we're saying, okay, we're just looking at this thing, we're not looking at anything other than this, right? What does omnipotent mean? It means you can do anything that is logically possible, right? So you have this bag of things that are logically possible, right? This is logically possible. This is logically impossible, right? And here we're gonna separate things, right? Like things are either logically possible or logically impossible, correct?
Yeah.
Cool. So now square circles. Where do I put square circles? Well, I'm gonna put it here. Square circles. Eating ice cream. I'm gonna put it here, like eating ice cream. Next, left, right turn. Oh, it's here because you can't do it. It's logically impossible.
Where would you put learning something while
learning?
Where would you put
No. Learning. Yeah, but that's not the thing. I didn't say if he's learning while omniscient. I'm asking if he can learn something. Is learning something logically possible? Because again, we're just looking at what is logically possible or logically impossible.
Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm.
Right? So like learning new things. Well, it's here. Okay. Let's say learning new things while omniscient. Well, learning new things while omniscient, it would be here, right? But my question was not that if he can learn new things as omniscient. My question was, can he learn new things? Right? Because as soon as you put this thing, like learning new things while omniscient, I don't know why I put a Q here, dumbass. Right?
Again.
Whatever, LMQ, whatever, right? Like this is irrelevant because I'm not talking about this. I'm not talking about learning new things while omniscient. I'm talking about learning new things. Forgetting things, FF, right? That's also something that's possible. And we know these two things, we know they're possible because we're doing them all the fucking time. I learn new things all the time. You learn new things all the time. I forget things all the time. You probably forget things all the time. Okay? But if you're omniscient, right? Right? Whatever. I suck at doing this, by the way, if it's not obvious, right? If you're omniscient, what does it mean? You know all things that are possible to be known, right? So if you also have this property, right? So it's like, let's say you posit that your God has this property of omnipotence, and so he can do all things, right? As soon as you posit that it has this property, this ln becomes this. So we're gonna take this, like this ln, it's gone. He cannot do it anymore because this one transforms into this one. So he cannot have this one, right? He cannot have this one and also be omniscient. He cannot have this one and be omniscient, right? So in that case, this whole bag that we'd made with logically possible things is not going to be full anymore. It's going to miss two things in it. Now, Am I getting closer to kind of like understand why? Because that's why I've asked him, because like a lot of Christians are going to say that the God is also omnipresent, right? And if he's omnipresent, right, I can ask him, oh, can he leave my room? And he says, well, obviously he cannot leave your room. And you're going to make the same argument. You're going to say, well, obviously he cannot leave your room because he's omnipresent. That's against his nature. That's against his property, right? Because if he would leave the room, he would stop being omnipresent. That's why if he were to learn new things, he would stop being omniscient. If he forget things, he stops being omniscient. That's why these two properties, you cannot have them at the same time. The same goes for like omnipresence. It's the same shit. They're literally contradictory to each other. Right? At least like these two, omnipresence and the omniscience, to the omnipotence attribute.
I found it a little bit like hard to track, but like if I can suppose like at least like what you said like towards like the end, it like sounds like if you would follow that, like omnipotence itself like is not possible at all, right? Because you can't be incapable, right? So therefore there's something you can't do. It's almost like a word game thing that you can like run here, like saying like,
look, if you're not omniscient,
omnipotent on its own is not even possible, right? If you,
I think, look, no, but I feel like because it's logical to be omnipotent if you're not omniscient. If you're not omniscient,
but why are you allowed now to add a qualifier?
No, I'm saying they're contradictory, right? So it's like, right? So what I'm saying, like this thing. Okay, so look, because we can do this. We can do omnipotence, right? Is not congruent, right, with omniscience, right? So what does it mean? You cannot have them both at the same time, but you can have them independent, right? You can have a God that is omnipotent.
But like again, like if you're not allowed to add like qualifiers, like you don't.
And I'm not adding any qualifier. I mean, I'm literally not adding any qualifier here.
Omnipotence in itself, like, is not possible, right? Because you can make, again, like, I can make the easy statement, you can't be incapable, so therefore you're not omnipotent, right? Like, it's impossible to be omnipotent, I guess.
You cannot be incapable. Of what?
Of doing something.
Well, whatever, I mean, look, it's like even... Yeah, I think like omnipotence is even like in the, can you like even that one, right? Can you make a rock so big you cannot lift, right? That in itself, I think it's still a very, very valid criticism of omnipotence. Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily possible, right? But definitely not with the omniscience one next to it. Like with this one, it's like it's very clear. Like the line you draw, it's extremely simple to why they cannot be at the same time. But yeah, like even omnipotence is, yeah, it's weird. Like even like omniscience, I don't know, maybe can you know everything at all times? Maybe that's possible. I don't see like any internal contradictions in the omniscience one.
You think, I guess, like at the end of the day, like it's generally like impossible, like if you like work like with these extremes to like if you're not allowed like any qualifiers, then they're all like not really like consistent in self, right? Not logically, at least in my opinion. Like kind of run into a circle sooner or later.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? Because when they say what their God is, they just try to make their God like the best, most powerful, bestest boy like ever, right? And the moment you're doing that, yeah, you're going to get into this murky territories where it's like, yeah, maybe your God is not this thing you're saying, right? I never really care that much about the omni properties of God. They always seemed very weird to me, like especially the omnipresence one. It's like, is God everywhere? It's like, oh my God. How is that?
Yeah, I mean that's
it's like, what the fuck does it mean to be like everywhere? Is God in my asshole or something? It's like, that's weird.
I like to have a lot of fun with that one.
Yes, he should.
My favorite question from it though is God in hell?
Well, obviously he is, right?
He has to be.
But then, you know what this would be, Socrates? Okay, I'm going to give you, and this is for the Ortho bros, right? Because like the Orthodox thing is like, like what hell is. Hell is separation from God. But if God is omnipresent, he can never really be separated from God, right? Because he's everywhere. So how is hell like separation from God if God is everywhere? Doesn't make that much sense.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I say that.
Yeah. But only for the Orthodox, and I think the Catholics are also like this. I'm not sure because they keep fucking changing. Every new pope.
Well, I usually just ask the
something
person
new.
I'm talking to, is God omnipresent? That way I know who I'm talking to believes that.
Yeah. Man. That was a lot of field bro tonight. God damn it. But I mean, I feel like the topic was a bit field bro-ish, right? Because it's like irrational. It's like, yeah. I mean, there was a bit of criticism, but yeah, it's like I got that guy, and I'm going to get all the books, and I'm going to go into those books, and I'm going to get all the necessary parts of the books to actually beat him on the Exodus 21:20, because I don't know where he's saying that there's this huge controversy when it comes to Exodus 21:20, because I have never heard like any like this huge controversy in the scholarly circles about them. No, maybe it's just me. Maybe I didn't listen to all the
I did a
Bible scholars.
quick little Wikipedia search on those authors that he listed, and they are all professors at like super Christian evangelical colleges, and most of their Wikipedias also listed them as theologians.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's like this is the thing, because that's why I even talked about like the secular scholars, right? Like scholars that are not like related to certain institutions, especially where you have like a statement of faith, right? I mean, this guy John Walton, I see he's at Wheaton College and the Moody Bible Institute. I don't know if those two have like, you know, if you have to have like a statement of faith or something, right? But I'm pretty sure they're theologians first, right, and Bible scholars second, because they have to kind of like make it fit, you know. Doesn't work otherwise if it doesn't fit, you know. But yeah, let's see if statement of faith. Let's say Moody Bible Institute. Oh, actually, apparently Moody Bible Institute actually does have a statement of faith. Oh, okay. So this is what it says on their website. It says Moody's doctrinal statement reflects our belief that the Bible is the inspired, inerrant, infallible word of God, essential to every area of life. Our doctrinal statement unpacks the core foundational beliefs of Scripture that are fundamental to each of Moody Bible Institute's ministries. Great. That is amazing. Okay, let's see Wheaton College. But yeah, you know, it's enough, right? It's like if you have like one, let's see if Wheaton College has it. Probably this one doesn't have it.
If you check out one and you will like see they like
fuck
be, like,
me.
not credible. No where the rest
Statement
will
of
go.
faith and educational purpose for the Wheaton College. Fuck my life. Okay. Okay, so the doctrinal statement of Wheaton College, reaffirmed annually by its board of trustees, faculty, and staff.
Annually,
yes. It's like provides a summary of biblical doctrine that is consonant with evangelical Christianity. Yeah, so literally both these, I didn't know that about Moody Bible Institute, but yeah, like both these ones literally have statements of faith that you need to sign on.
But you don't understand, Daniel. If we don't do things like sign statements of faith, we're going to become corrupted by the secular mainstream point of view and start being dogmatic and biased.
Yeah, and then you'd have to
faith statements.
Correct. Well, because then, you know what would happen then, Christian? Something like truly nefarious would happen. You would have to say that slavery is bad. Can you comprehend that?
Oh Lord!
I mean, why would you do something like that to anybody? Why would you make them say that slavery is bad and beating your slaves until they die is a bad thing. Why would anybody do that? Ah, these atheists, man, they're all the same. They don't like.
I thought that was outrageous. Actually
Yeah.
outrageous earlier.
Actually
when, like, I think
outrageous.
the dude even read that passage where he's like, "Oh yeah, you know, it says you may beat them because they're your property. So why do you think that you're allowed to beat them?
Yeah,
because they're your property. Like, what?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean,
God.
it literally says in the fucking text, like you just read it, you know,
Literally,
because they're
in
your
the words
property.
that came out of your mouth. You answered your question.
Because that's why I even asked him, okay, so what's your favorite Bible, right? I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting, NSBA.
I've never heard of the NASB.
NASB. Like, it's
I've never
like
heard of that.
it's a fairly scholarly one. It's fine, right? It's not like KJV. I was expecting KJV. Okay, I'll be honest with you. I was expecting KJV, and I was literally surprised. It's like, it wasn't KJV. It was like NASB. Okay, that's fine. I still prefer like the New Revised Standard Version. I think it's a lot more scholarly. Although it's also like it's a translation made by Christians, by the way, but they're like a bit more try to be a lot more true to the text, and they're getting all the old text from like the Dead Sea Scrolls and everything. So it's all good. Oh, theist, you're here.
Holy
Hello.
Holy chat, bro. I just looked and I was like, wow.
Yeah, no, it's like I was waiting for you. How are you?
You were waiting for me.
Yeah, because I have this event. It says like faith is irrational, and I was actually waiting for a theist, right? And I saw he's like, oh yes, he's here. How are you today? Do you think faith is rational?
Do I think faith is rational, like belief without evidence?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
No, okay, so you agree with me. God damn it. It's like, why do you have to agree with me? I thought you were a theist. Don't you have like belief with no evidence? So do you believe in God?
No, I don't get on my knees. I don't get on my knees and glaze God.
I only get on my knees for other purposes. I agree with you there.
Yeah. Sorry.
So
no.
do you believe in God or not?
Yes, I do, bro.
Okay, which God do you believe in?
Which God? Like, I believe that God exists, but like, if you were to ask me what God it is, I would be able to tell you.
I mean, what's his name?
You know
Is
what I'm
like
saying?
Bob or Jimmy or
Ball.
Does he have a book?
Yeah,
Does your God have
whatever
like
you
a favorite book that he wrote and he's really proud of it or not?
How would I know that?
I don't know. I'm asking. That's why it's like I don't know if you. I don't know what your God is. So when you say God, it's like what do you? If I were to put like a bit of bacon to your head, because I love bacon. It's like, and I tell you, oh, define God for me.
Define God.
Yeah.
God is obviously like what I would define as, let's say, I don't like using the word omniscient, but it gets the point the best across. Like, we'll use that for now. Like omniscient, extraordinarily powerful, those types of things. But usually,
these motherfuckers are gonna hate me if I go that route again. So I'm going to not do it. Okay.
To be fair, he said extraordinarily powerful, not omni-powerful.
Oh, it's not omni. Okay, you see, he knows it.
But usually, like,
he knows it. He's smart.
Usually, all people know. Yeah, what is that?
No, it's like I say, you're smart. You didn't say omnipotent, right? You said extremely powerful, right? So yeah, that's cool. That's omniscient and extremely powerful. Great. I mean, I love it thus far. It's like it makes more sense than the Christian God or any other gods that I keep hearing about.
And it's not like a let's say understanding where there's like how can I put it? You know how some theologies they have like a physical component to it. No, I'm just a straight idealist, right? Like reality is within God's mind.
Oh, so it's just in your mind, you're saying, or?
No, we are in His mind or its mind or whatever.
I'm not there.
Yeah.
No, that's slimy. I don't want to be another.
You don't like that?
Another being's mind. Oh, that's no. I can barely exist in my own mind. What do you mean? It's like, come on, no, don't do that to me.
If we're in God's mind, low key, we should be trolling maximally.
Yeah.
Right?
So what exactly is the evidence that you? Because you said you don't have any faith, right? So you clearly must have some like really solid evidence.
Oh, like what is the evidence that we are in God's mind?
Yeah, because my God, it's a lot better. I'm telling you straight up. Like, I think my God could actually beat up your God.
No, I mean I just take and I just find arguments to be convincing, like especially arguments like psychophysical harmony. That's a decent argument, at least.
So you don't have evidence, just that's a bit disappointing.
I mean,
I gotta say.
how would I have evidence of something like this? Right, like
I don't know, because like for example, I was talking with Christian earlier, and I was telling him, because we were doing our weekly bridge session, and I was telling him, it's like, dude, it's like there's this guy theist, that he, I'm gonna wait him tonight for the show to be there, and like Christian was like, a guy named theist? No, that's not true. Doesn't exist. And I was like, no, dude, I have evidence, right? And as soon as you showed up, like Christian, you see, he's not talking, right? Because he's like, oh my god, like
Stunned.
Daniel knew.
Stunned live.
Like he's stunned. Exactly, right? He's like, because that's the evidence, right? As soon as you showed up here, you opened your mouth, you talked, it's like, boom, evidence. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, that's
I get
the
what
evidence.
you mean. Like there was you made a proposition, right? And there was a truth maker that was needed, and I became the truth maker,
right? Because I kept telling, I kept, dude, I kept saying to him, it's like, look, I had like a syllogism that I made to Christian, like P1, P2 was beautiful. I forgot it, but the conclusion was theist exists, right? Was a beautiful syllogism. I fucking forgot it. I don't know, my mind is like all fucked up or something. And it's like Christian was like, dude, it's just like a syllogism, it's like you need to kind of like P1, you need to demonstrate P1, you need to demonstrate P2. So it's like, and I wasn't really like able to do it, right? Except with other arguments. So he didn't believe me, right? But as soon as you showed up, that was evidence. You know what I mean? That's why he was stunned. It's like, oh my god,
Daniel, okay. I think I get the point. You don't need to hammer the point.
Yeah. I'm just, dude. I'm like a failed comedian, and yeah. You have to bear with me. It's like I'm not. That's why I'm failed comedian. I'm not an actual comedian, right? Because I'm not really good at it.
Oh, yeah. I should maybe I should become like the first philosopher to ever exist, to have evidence of God.
Okay, so let's do it this way, right? So because you said you have like some argument, and it's like, oh, okay, but let's hear the argument first, right? Like syllogism or however you have them, right? And then we can we can move from there, basically.
Oh, okay. You want it spoken or written or
interpretive dance?
Yeah, if you can do it, like underwater ballet. Yeah,
I'd like to smoke it.
I'm good with
You'd
anything.
like to smoke it?
Yeah,
I'm just gonna get everything.
I would follow in this one. It's like that would be preferable. But okay, look, guys. Okay, Smarkatis is here. He's trying to quit smoking. So please, let's not talk about this. Okay, in this room.
Okay.
Oh, well, I know how to solve that. I know how to solve that problem. I'm gonna go for a smoke.
Oh, don't. No,
I'll be back.
Smarkatis, stay here. Stay here. Fuck you. Stay here. No, I'm gonna help you, Smarkatis. Okay. I'm going to be like Jordan Peterson said. You need to have like a supernatural experience, and listening to me will make people have a supernatural experience. Okay, so listen more to my voice. I'm going to enthrall you.
Believe him.
No, but you need to have the shrooms to go with it. Give me the shrooms.
Dude, I'm going to give you some spiritual shrooms. Okay, they're better than the real ones. But anyway, let's go back
I'm going for a smoke. I'll be back.
Okay, theist. Okay, so argument.
So I can't be also right with this. I'm gonna get thingy to do after, but I'm just gonna read. I'm gonna speak it all now. Basically, the idea is that there exist phenomenal states and physical states, right? And there's like obviously relation between these two things, and there's a shocking correlation between physical states and phenomenal states that demands explanation, right?
What is the phenomenal state?
The next premise will be something. What is a phenomenal state?
Yes.
Kind of like if you like the feeling of red. It's kind of like a qualia, that type of thing.
Oh, so you're talking qualia.
The feeling of bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, how is that not physical? How is qualia not physical?
How is qualia not physical?
Yes.
Because it's not physically bound by anything. Like you can't see.
Of course it is.
The feeling of like you can't. What's it called? I don't know. measure
but
the feeling
it
of
is bound
red?
by something.
Or
It's called your brain. It's like as soon as I turn off your brain, boom, the qualia is gone. So it's clearly bounded by something.
they could be dependent on each other, but that doesn't mean that they are the same thing.
Oh, I can also fuck with it. I can also fuck with it, right? I can give you, as Marcus would say, I can give you shrooms. I can bang you on the head. I can do so many things, right? It's like you do it every day when you're going to sleep, right? So there's so many things we do with this thing, like constantly, right? So when you're saying it's not physical, I think that's a claim that needs to be substantiated. And thus far, I've never seen like any consciousness that is without a substrate, like a brain or something similar, right? Doesn't have to be the brain we have. It can be some other things, right, that we don't know about, right? Like, for example, we might have like general AI in the future, right? Like general AI is going to have a substrate, which is the microchip. So when you're saying that thing is not physical, I don't know if you can demonstrate that to be. I know we have like this feeling that is kind of like, our ideas and our experience is a bit different from like a rock, right? Because it's like we can say, oh yeah, that's different from a rock. Does it mean it's not physical? No, because light is different from a rock, right? I think we can agree on that. Like light and rocks, they're not the same
what
thing.
I'm just trying to
They're
what I'm
both
just trying to
physical.
get at maybe is like you would need to. I mean, obviously, like the hard problem of consciousness, but you kind of need to explain how like physical things could allow for mental abilities like such as reflection, that type of thing.
Oh, but this is the
Or
thing.
other.
So no, I get it. I get what you're saying. But this is the difference. So I did not make a claim, right? It was you that made the claim. You said we have we have physical states and we have phenomenal states. And then you when I asked you what is a phenomenal state, you pointed to something and said, well, that thing is not physical, right? And again, I'm not making the claim that thing is physical or not physical, right? I'm asking you, how can you demonstrate that to be the case? Which is like a bit different, right? From saying that's not the case. I'm just saying I'm skeptical that you're correct about it.
Okay. I might need to think about this. Because this is the main problem I have with defending this argument. You're doing what's it called? A physicalist objection, and I really don't have anything so far. Because that's if I'm just being honest.
I'll be honest with you. Idealism is like a pretty hard position to hold because it doesn't rely on like a lot of evidence. It's mostly like feel and vibes.
What?
No. I'm telling you, it's like I again, it's not a diss on you or anything like that, right? I'm just telling you, I know a lot of people. I spoke with a lot of people that are like idealists, and then they truly believe like everything. The mind is at the base of everything. But the reality is that every time you're trying to investigate like further, right? It's like even the simplest question is going to kind of like trump you because you're not going to be able to provide any evidence except for like vibes and feels about stuff, right? Because as I said, it's like you're kind of every time you're talking about this thing, you're kind of banking on the fact that people have like this innate understanding of like, yeah, I mean, there's a difference, right, between my thoughts and an airplane. And again, it's like I'm not even necessarily saying there's no difference between your thoughts and an airplane, right? They're different manifestation, maybe of like some physical stuff, right? Because that goes down to consciousness, right? And I know there's like the hard problem of consciousness, but as far as we investigate it in all the sciences that relate to the brain, like all the neurosciences, psychology, psychiatry, and so on, it's like every time we look, every time we investigate, everything is physical, right? There's no such thing as something that's not physical there, right?
This is then just obviously like you're validifying your statement by pointing to a lack of empirical evidence, I assume.
I'm like any evidence, because I don't see any real evidence, right? Because like evidence should be something that makes your claim more likely to be true than not. right? And it needs to have like some explanatory power. It needs to have some like novel testable predictions. And every time some idealist is trying to do this, if he tries to explain things, we already have like those things explained with like some other like let's say physicalist explanation, or it cannot produce a model, right, that we can reliably apply to reality.
Could you say something like experience seems like, how do I put it, epistemically private, in the sense that your mind and your experience can't be something that's like measured physically, right? Science has never done that.
I don't agree with that actually. So there was like an experiment, I think it was last year. So they did this experiment and it was done with snails, and I know, gross, right? Like fucking French people and their snails.
Yeah.
And they literally implanted a memory, right, from one snail to like another snail. So if idealism was true, I don't know how that would be possible, right? Because again, it's like it's coming back to what I've told you before, right, about the substrate, right? It's like, how is this thing? How can you have like this consciousness? Because like consciousness, memories, they're intertwined, right? It's like your consciousness relies on your memories, and vice versa. And
yeah,
like since scientists were literally able, right, from getting some neurons from one individual to another individual, and being able to to have the memories transported from literally from one, I mean, it's not brain because they're snails, but like a form of like brain, right, to another form of brain.
You mean like neuronic memory?
Yeah,
like a system.
Yeah,
Okay, I get what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, because obviously you can also think like obviously this thing is it's in the beginning, right? It's like we're barely scratching the surface right now. Okay, like this is a field of science that is like fairly new, like one of the newest, and it's very complicated, right? It's extremely complicated. But we're learning so many things. Like every year, we just keep learning and learning and learning, and like every time we look, everything just is a substrate that is doing stuff, right? It's just like neurons that are like they're firing in specific patterns and so on, right? And they're just creating these experiences, right? So it's like a property of not just like one neuron, but neurons being put in specific patterns. Okay.
That sounds very interesting. Like if you could, maybe after this conversation, you could show me that paper. That would be wonderful to read.
Look, I'm going to send you like an ad friend, and I'm going to send you like a few like maybe tomorrow, because tonight is a bit too late for me, and the show will end fairly soon. Also, there's another one that you should maybe look into, and I think this was in like a Japanese university or something. I don't remember it. I haven't looked at it in a while, to be honest. But they have like this apparatus where like they put all these electrodes on your head, right? And they can get like the electromagnetic signals from your brain, and actually like get the visual stuff to be represented on a screen, right? So they can literally see your thoughts. And it's extremely low resolution, right? Like I saw it like a few years ago, right? Like the resolution, like pretty shit, right? It kind of makes sense, right? But in the future, if we keep at it, we might even be able to just see people's thoughts, right? So if imagine if we were to be able in the future to see people's thoughts, but by using some fucking machine, right? It's just like plug somebody into a machine and you just literally see their thoughts. I mean, that would be a pretty good argument against idealism.
If I'm going to be honest, right? Like, if they did that, if someone was able to do that, that would invalidate like the entire epistemic privacy argument I was about to make.
Yeah,
that would do that.
So that's what I'm saying, right? So and not only that, but there were like another set of because they keep coming back to me right now that I'm talking with you about this. I haven't talked with an idealist in a long while, to be frank. For example, every time you're making a decision, you think that you're making the decision consciously, right? It's like you're deciding to push the button. And again, there were tests made, right, on humans and on chimpanzees and so on, and we could actually see that the decision was not even made by you consciously, was made by another part of your brain, and we can see the part of the brain firing, right, like when the decision was made.
You mean the one where the researchers predicted the correct choice like 60% of the time, beating out the chance thing?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because again, as I'm saying, it's like, because you're correct, right? It's like it's not like 100% thus far, right? Because it's like the necessary technology to investigate the brain is still in the incipient phases, right? It's like we are kids just playing with like rough toys right now when it comes to the science of the brain, but we're getting there, right? We're just getting better and better at like doing these things, right? And all the investigation we ever had on the brain, it's all physical. It's all a substrate. It's all like neurons firing, and it's like we can predict things based on like certain aspects of like how the brain is structured. But you were correct earlier, right? If we actually live in the mind of God, we should troll more. That is correct.
I would definitely do that.
Yeah, we should be gooners, all of us. Just imagine.
So
like,
we can inconvenience God by whipping.
Yeah, it's like that guy's like, oh
my.
For this fucking dude, these fucking apes. It's like I keep thinking them into existence, and they just masturbate all the time. Like, what the fuck? And that would be like like a lot of jizz, right? Imagine like doing this good to these apes, and they're just filling your mind with jizz. That would be crazy. If I were that God, I would.
I don't know about the word good though. I don't posit any. I don't impose any type of like morality on God. I don't think God would be concerned with those type of things, to be honest. So
yeah. I mean, again, it's like at least it's like you did like a really good thing when you first came and asked you what the properties of God is, and you said he's omniscient, and then you didn't say he's omnipotent, right? So you get a blue ribbon from me. Hooray! Congratulations, you're the first one. You got that straight on. Anyway. That's it.
I really want to see the I want to see the memory one. Like that's the one I really want to see. Maybe
I will look it up. I will look it up tomorrow, and I will send the study to you. That was made.
I think the study only did it on like rabbits or something like that. It hasn't been done in humans yet. It was snails. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
so
it
hasn't
snails.
been done in humans yet.
If I remember correctly, because he's like, I might be mistaken. Oh, it's a Scientific American. Okay, look, I
think the one he's referring to with rabbits was where like they tested to see if a mother would know that her like young is being hurt or dies from like a distance.
Is it? Oh, okay. Oh,
which is a completely separate study.
Yeah, probably.
But, yeah.
This is the snail one. I actually just found it like fast. It's in the Scientific American.
The one
it's in the side chat. You can look in the side chat. It's actually from 2018. It's like I'm getting older, and my memory is not as it used to be. So I always think like, oh, the 1990s were like 3 years ago, and I'm like, my kids are coming and say, hey, Grandpa, it's like, no, that's like 60 years ago. I was like, oh, okay, thank you, children. But it's it's a pretty interesting one to read, right? And we're probably going to be able to like to do it.
It's more so interesting than the other one because you can still kind of flounder around with like a hard problem of consciousness cope. You could just be like, oh, you can see what they're visualizing, like let's say an apple, but that's just brain activity that doesn't correlate with the like true thought itself or something like that. So that's why I think if you could actually demonstrate that like agents can have memories implanted in them, that's like a lot better than just seeing what like a person visualize it. Just my opinion.
To be fair, Theist, I mean, I don't know why you haven't brought it up. Maybe you just don't agree with the point, but I think the point of qualia is that even if you were to implant other people's memories into someone's brain, there is still something unique and special to that person about having that memory. There's still qualitative experience involved, even if you have a one-to-one.
I mean, sort of, but look, I can tell you another thing, right? So, sorry for interrupting, but I think it's actually a pretty decent point, right? That Fall has, but. You know, when I was a kid back in my day, you know, we had these things called the cassettes, right, and the CD-ROMs, and the thing like every cassette, right, and I like to go about the cassette because cassettes were like analog, right, like every cassette was you know, was different, right, like was unique, right. There were not like two cassettes like that were the same, like identical, right. But the thing is, it's like as soon as you put a cassette into like a cassette player, it's going to give you the thing that's on the cassette, right? And then you can take that cassette to another cassette player, right? And like a boombox, how you used to call them, like cool kids back then. And it would keep replaying the same thing. So what I'm saying is that I could probably get like a specific like group of neurons, like for example from your brain, Fall, and implant them to my brain. And I would be able, you know, my brain would be able to decode them, right? And I would be able to have access to your emotions, right? Your feelings, like the things that you would say, oh, that's me, that's my identity, right? As Fall, right? And I could be able to have access to those things. That's what I'm saying. So the way that I'm looking at this experiment with the snails is that way. Right? Obviously, thus far it's only snails, right? We're probably gonna go further, you know, get to like small mammals like guinea pigs and so on, right? But maybe in the future, Daniel, might be humans. Who knows?
To be fair, I get what you're saying, but it doesn't really attack the point of contention. It's like let's say that you were to download, you know, all of my memories and what I think makes me, right? Like the feelings, the woes and whims, etc. And we just put that in you. What we're talking about is even if that's done, right? You yourself have your own private experience, and then therefore,
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Memories. Yeah. Okay.
No, I agree with that.
Really know if you're contending with it.
No. What I was contending with, and I think, I should have just said it, like, because I forgot. Again, I'm old. What the fuck can I do? Is the fact that, you know, that would disprove the fact that it's not physical. Right? That would tell you, it's clearly physical, right? Because I can take it from you, right? I can download it, right? Or like whatever the procedure would be, right? Whatever the procedure would be would just mean, that's just some physical shit that's happening, right?
No, I get what you're saying. Yeah, this is where like qualia gets really complicated. Have you read the Stanford paper on qualia, like their official stance on it?
No. Do they have something like that?
Yeah, they do. Krishan sent it to me a while back when I was studying qualia, and it's the dumbest thing ever. But there's like, it's almost impossible. It's almost like qualia itself. It's almost impossible to explain. It's like I don't know how to conceptually pinpoint it, but it's like there's an undertone. Maybe that'll make more sense. So it's like you still, with your added qualia, could never know exactly what my qualia is. It's like, let's assume that you are having the same memory as me of like a childhood with all the neurons and stuff like that, right? There's still going to be some unique thing about you experiencing me, and it's inescapable. Even if, you know, we did like transplant.
I don't know that. I don't know that.
That's now. I know what you mean. That is a
but I don't know. I don't know if that's the case.
Bear with me.
No, because I understand what you're saying, but I don't know if that's the case.
Well, no. What I'm saying is actually going to be the next part. That's the part that we've already like contended with, right? So, and when you made a point that okay, well, then we've at least proven that it is not physical because the sheer ability to do such a thing, right? Like, but what I'm saying is that there will always be this unphysical thing about it that adds to it, and that thing is called qualia.
I'm struggling to see the unphysical thing here. Am I just dead?
Same. I'm trying to like kind of like get around it.
Yeah, no, I get it. And that's why I'm saying it's complicated, right? Like, okay, the unphysical thing is the inescapable qualia that is added even if we do physically replicate things like ideas, feelings, etc. That thing which cannot quite be replicated and cannot quite be transferred, something that is personal and unique to your experience, will always be added inside of every single thing, even if you are feeling a one-to-one of what I felt and went through.
No, but this is the thing. It's like if it's a one-to-one, there's nothing missing, right? And because this is what I don't understand. It's like you keep saying it's like if it's a one-to-one. Well, if it's a one-to-one, it means it's identical, right? It can't be identical and not identical at the same time. Because what you're saying is well, it's identical. What you're feeling is identical to what I was feeling, but it's actually not identical because there's also something else that I cannot be transmitted. So it's not a one-to-one transmission at the same time, right? It's like I think. Yeah, I think it's kind of a contradictory statement that you made.
Yeah, I know. I was looking at qualia for a long time. This is why it's such BS, and I'm still stuck on it. Let me get my whiteboard because
it's like better. I like the qualia. I like the Italian qualia like a lot more because it's just the quail is very delicious. And I think first time I heard somebody talking about qualia, I was like, oh, I ate that. I like it. It's like very very nice. Like really delicious bird.
I'll do that. He was going to
with red wine or white.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like even without wine, it's good. Yeah. But with red wine, indeed, especially Italian wine.
Okay.
I thought he was going to go down like the type of route where.
Okay, let's see. Whiteboard. Okay.
I've never drawn this out before, but like, okay. So let's say that let's say that. This is me, okay? And then this is you. Now, when I say me and when I say you, I mean everything that makes us, right? Our memories, our feelings, and our experiences, and how we reflect on them, right? Now, let's say that we were to replicate these things. So you feel what I feel, and then I feel what you feel, right? Within this, there is sort of this undertone, this way that it. Let me see. This sort of like, okay, you see how I went like circle and then X, and then I went X and then circle, right? It turns into the same thing, but we didn't do the same thing to get there. That thing that
I was gonna say, like, is it like a temporal thing? Like that's what I was gonna try and say the whole time. Like, is it like the steps that you took were different, like throughout time? That's why it's not the same experience. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, but you see, it's kind of like saying it's like, well, the first time you did 2 plus 4, and the second time you did 4 plus 2, so it's not the same.
Kinda. And
but it is the same.
This uniqueness to each experience, right? We are the same, one for one, but the uniqueness and how we got there is sort of like this. I don't know. We call it qualia, right? It's this underlying non-physical phenomenal thing that is just it's irreplicable.
Well, so what you're doing there is kind of like set theory, and you're kind of doing it like, oh, can the set of all sets exist? Well, the set of all sets would also have to contain the set of all sets. So
right, but
and that
no,
one should contain the set of. No, but this is the thing. So this is what you're saying. You're saying is like, oh, but you started doing 4 and then plus and then 2, but actually what I did 2 and then plus and then 4. And that's and when you're looking at the end result, which is 6 in both cases, and you're saying, but you see, this 6 is not the same with this other 6 because you got to those 2 60s in different ways. And I'm saying,
that is the
case. And technically is the case. I'm not saying that technically is not the case, but also like technically you're the same, right? Technically, the result is still 6.
Well, the result is still 6, but but that's only if you discount the event that it took to get there.
Oh no, but it's like
the event. Then
but that's what I'm saying. It's like when I'm looking that, it's like, oh, I just got to the point where I have my qualia and I also have your qualia.
No, but see, when we talk about qualia, a lot of people equate it to simply just emotions, experience, etc. But those things are not qualia. Those things only have qualitative experience. So emotion is like this thing, and qualia is like this thing that is involved. It's not the entire emotion, right? It's this specific thing that makes that what it's like for you to feel that emotion.
No, so okay, so I'm gonna give you maybe like a better like explanation of what you're.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, don't do another one. It's like you have to have 2 or 3. You know, if you have like if you like Schwarzenegger.
What the kind of thing that I was just
do the Total
like,
Recall boobs. You know, like 3 boobs are the best. Like Total Recall. You know, I'm a boomer. I know about that movie. You guys don't know because you're like youngsters and everything. So imagine it's like what you're doing. You're saying is like, I went and I took a bath in this river, right? Like, it was so great. It's like, and I ask you, oh, where did you go on that river to take? Oh, well, they're in that place, right? And it's really great. That place is really great for bathing. You're not gonna die and everything. No sharks, no, Komodo dragons. And I said, oh, cool, I'm gonna go there. And then I go there and I take a bath in the same place, and I come back to you and tell, dude, it was like exactly the way you said. It's like I had like the same experience you had. It was amazing. And you're saying it's like, oh, well, actually, you didn't really have the same experience. It's like, and I know you've been to the same river, to the same place in that river that I told you, and you've been in the water, but actually that water, it wasn't the same water that I was in, right? Because that's a river and it's a flowing water. And even if the temperature of the water was exactly the same, and like all the rocks were in the exact same place and everything else was in the exact same place, and all the ripples that you made were literally identical, it was different H2O molecules, right? Because the ones that I bathed in, English is failing me. It's too late.
Look,
we're
Daniel,
different, right?
I'm with you. I don't agree with qualia. I don't think it exists. I don't like it. But like the argument for it is unbeatable, really, truly. I mean, okay, so here's experience, and then here's the emotions that we feel within that experience, right? These two are kind of their own standalone things. I mean, you might feel neutral. It's a little more complicated than this, but qualia is basically this thing that is a part of each of these, but is not these things by themselves, which is why even if you have my experience, you don't necessarily have how it felt for me to have that experience, even if you have my emotions, etc.
That's the whole thing. It's like, no, if I have your emotions, I literally know how it felt for you, because that's what it means, the emotions. It's like emotions. Emotions means they felt. It's like I feel exactly what you felt. And by the way, it's like I could even go further, right? With this, I could go further, and I could say, you know what? Imagine you have this newborn, right? It's like newly born human being, and you know what we do from the moment it's born? We just implant it with this like microchip. And you know what that microchip does? That microchip like stores in an exact timeline all the experiences, all the emotions, everything that went through that person's consciousness, like from the moment it's born until it fucking dies, right? And then I can, after it dies, you crack the skull open, you get the microchip, you copy it, you make like 1 billion copies. And anybody at any point in time can just take one of those microchips, bang them in their head, and boom, they can experience the totality of that person's life from start to finish.
True.
Right? And at that point, it's like I literally have everything. Right?
True.
So
but then
if there was something, just a second. I would know exactly how they felt, because I would literally be living that shit, right? Let's say it's like we do it in such a way that, the moment you bang that thing in your head and you implant it in your, like, whatever lobe you want to implant it in, it's just like, you're kind of like in a VR, right? But like real VR, where you're just like really experiencing like everything, right? And like detached, right? You're super immersed to the point of like, you're that person. But then after you experience all that, you still remember the whole thing. right? So what you're saying though is, even after we do that, there's this thing that you're not really exactly telling us what it is, that is very different and unique and irreproducible, right? It's just like it just exists with this specific person, and once it dies, poof, it just goes away. I don't know exactly where it goes, right? Because it's like, if qualia is not the emotions and experiences and the totality of them put in a timeline, if you want to, I don't know what it is. It's like you literally, it's like you're kind of like taking the word qualia and just like emptying it of any meaning.
Okay. I have an argument against qualia, and it's kind of like a similar to the philosophical zombie, right? So let's say that we took a human with all of my experience, emotions, and anything that came with that, and they are a one-to-one of me within the same time and place, right? Do we experience the same qualia? Right? Because they haven't had any extra emotions, experience, or feelings, or any opportunity to have this special, unique thing. But so it's basically like, and that's the answer that like theists can't answer, right? Like, because they would basically say that the philosophical zombie doesn't have experience, and what they mean by that usually is it doesn't have a soul, which is usually what we equate to like phenomenology and qualia. But the answer still remains, the question still remains unanswered. It's like, is this a way that we could hypothetically replicate a soul or not? If not, then, well, then.
Well, I mean, the good thing is that, you know, theists did not make an argument for like a soul or anything stupid like that. So, you know,
well, that is what phenomenology
is.
Right?
I know. It's like a lot of people, right. You know, they go into the soul discussion. You know, that's why I like that theist did not make any such claims. You know, he was like just like purely like, you know, talking about the mind, you know, and experience and so on, right?
Right.
So no souls in there.
I kind of agree with you. Like, I mean, if we were to like slam a chip into our heads and like all of a sudden we're taken to somebody else's life and memories and everything they experienced like a movie, but we aren't aware of it, and so we still had the same experience they had. I mean, sure. But then like when you snap out of that and you still have those memories, and then you have your memories and experience, there is some sort of qualitative thing about that memory now.
Well, we're discussing Rick and Morty now. Is that it?
I mean, kind of. I mean, I'm a cucumber right now. I don't know if you guys know about this, but yeah.
Yeah, great.
I'm not yet a pickle. I need to pickle myself, but you know, I'm just like a regular old cucumber at the moment.
Pickle Rick, great episode.
Not pickle yet. I'm a cucumber Daniel. It's my name right now.
But I agree with you. I just don't think that it can be disproven with the way that you're explaining it, because like experience and emotions are, you know, parts. They have qualitative parts, but they're not the entirety of qualia. And you know,
but again, it's like my point was not even like, we weren't even talking about exactly what qualia is. It's like it's more about is it physical or not, right? And I feel like the moment somebody makes a claim that, you know, qualia is somehow like non-physical, then that would need some demonstration. And I'm not even saying it's like qualia is physical or all physical. You know, it's like, what I'm saying is that we are making investigations when it comes to qualia, when it comes to understanding, you know, what consciousness is. And every time we look, every time we try to investigate this, it's always something physical that's underlying the whole thing. And I don't have like a good reason to believe that qualia is anything other than like a product of like physical processes, you know, like of neurons firing.
Yeah, if I may, Daniel, I think physical.
I mean, it's April now. May is like 8 days away.
But that was a
well, Daniel Hume, like for example, Helen Keller.
No, let me talk. Come on. It's like I interrupted
all the information.
Paul, let me talk.
You interrupted me with a shitty joke.
Yeah. I did a shitty. I mean, it's a dad joke. Please, please, come on. Daniel, go ahead, Vitar. Go. Let Vitar. Please.
Okay. I don't like the term physical here, and I have reasons. When we say something physical, that has a meaning, you know, like something something physical. People tend to think of something that occupies space, you know, something that has volume. And there exists stuff that don't have volume, you know. So, for example, homosexuality exists, but you can't point to homosexuality. You can't hold it in your hand.
I mean, of course, you cannot hold it in your hand, but it's like homosexuality is like it's a definition of a thing, right? So it's a concept. It's a concept, right? But concepts. So, just a second. I'm trying to explain to you. Like concepts are also physical things because concepts exist in the mind, and the mind is physical, right? So it's like no matter how you look at it, it's still there, right? It's still physical. Right, obviously, it's like, look, you can say, is a photon physical?
What I'm proposing is that we should use the term material instead of physical.
Whatever. It's like I don't care about like this type of things. But the thing is like you said, it's like it's like people say about this. It's like they think about things that have like a volume. Like, does a photon have a volume?
No.
No, it doesn't. Is it physical though? Yeah, it is. I can tell you that.
I can't explain that actually.
But it is physical. Photons are physical, girls and boys.
I have, there's a duality on photons. Like they behave sometimes as.
Yeah, I can say the same thing about the electron, right? I can say the same thing about the neutrino.
Okay, I don't know. Okay, I didn't have modern physics in college. Last time I studied that was in high school. Long time ago.
I can tell you.
Yeah. Okay. What I'm trying to say is, physical tends to imply something with volume, and the stuff that exists are not simply stuff that hold volume. The stuff that exists are the stuff that exists and the relations that they have between each other. You know, so homosexuality, for example, it's a type of sexual relationship between humans, which are which are physical, which occupy space. With their physical bodies, but
I mean, dicks have a volume, asses have a volume. Yes. So you see, there's some volume to be talked about there. But what I'm saying is,
volume sometimes.
Some physical things are not like other physical things, right? So when you're looking at the rock, well, that's physical, right? It has a volume. When you're looking at the light from the sun, that's also physical. Doesn't really have a volume like a rock does, right?
No, I'm not like discussing, that. I'm not discussing those things in physics that like the waves in physics.
Yeah, but this is when I say physical. So look, the reason I say physical and I don't say material is because this is a much more scientific way of looking at it, right? Because material also doesn't mean shit, right? Like material can mean look. Material is kind of like you know when creationists talk about kind, it's kind of like that, right? It's kind of like you're not saying species, you know. You're not saying physical, you're saying material. I don't know what that means either.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to do when I use the term material is that I'm trying to go away from what is known as vulgar materialism and try to bring you sometimes also called the physicalism. And try to bring you closer to dialectical materialism.
But again, I reserve the materialism in the realms of politics and sociology and Marxism, which is fine. But it's like when I'm saying physical is because I'm talking more about like the scientific thing behind it, right? And I think when I'm doing that, it's better to talk physical.
Daniel, what I'm doing is a philosophical discussion, okay? I am not discussing those things in physics like the light or the electron. That's not what I'm trying to discuss.
Yeah, but this is what we were doing right now, because it's like we were talking about like, you know, qualia. Is qualia something that is the product of physical things?
You are not listening. Listen, calm down, bro,
sure?
And listen.
Yes. Oh man, dude, sorry. It's like I was so riled up. I don't know why I screamed at you, but please go ahead.
Listen. What the problem that dialectical materialists such as myself have with the word physical, the people who tend to use the word physical are physicalists. who will claim that the only things that do exist are the things that occupy volume, and those other
No, that's
stuff in physics.
materialism.
I literally told you that's not the case. I don't know why
Can I finish?
I literally told you
Let
that.
me finish. Let me finish.
Yeah, but you said something I didn't say, so should I
Can
just
I
let
finish?
you?
Fuck. Let me
Well,
finish.
I'm a physicalist, and I'd like to say that that definition is wrong. It's the old definition of materialism, which is what most physicalists used to be, and why they adopted physicalism instead of materialism, because it's more like a dead. Yeah. Anyways, it's physicalism
Explain.
is the
Okay.
evolved
Explain
version
your
of
fucking position. Then go ahead.
Yeah. So physicalism. Is that what you want me to explain?
Yeah, and is that your position?
I'll let you continue. I was just saying that like there's a difference between physicalism and materialism. That's all.
Yeah, go ahead. Explain your position. Which one is it?
Yeah, so again, the material one is going to be like things that occupy volume, obviously a more old school philosophical term. And then as we learn that there are things that don't occupy a volume but are still physical, physicalist. It's that simple.
Yeah.
Such as
which
light,
is exactly
right?
what I've
Such
told
as
you,
light,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
Right.
And now can I fucking explain what is my position? Please.
Sure.
Okay, so vulgar materialism is the position that only stuff that occupies space exists. Physicalism, which is your position, is the position that only stuff that occupies space exists, and the stuff in physics that don't. And can I?
I mean, you literally
Bro,
said
I'm about.
you
I'm
literally
about to
talked
give
about
up.
my position, our position, when we
I'm
literally
about to
told you
give up.
that our position was not what
I'm
you're saying
seriously
it
about to
is.
get. Yes, I know that your
Yo,
position is
Bithal,
not.
to be honest with you, no one cares if you're about to give up, right? Like they gave you a chance to say the thing correctly, and then you used the word only, which shouldn't have been there.
Yeah, the thing is that I'm
What
adding
you really need to do,
No.
is like define it correctly this time. It's not hard.
Okay, can I say without being interrupted?
Please go ahead. Please represent our position
Please.
again. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Vulgar materialism, the position that only physical stuff exists. Physicalism, the position that the stuff that exists are the stuff that occupy volume, and those stuff that you were talking about, the light and the energy that exist and don't occupy volume. I am proposing a third position, which is dialectical materialism, which is different to those two stuff. I do understand that you, as a physicalist, think that there exists stuff which don't occupy volumes such as light. I understand that. That is not what I am talking about when I propose dialectical materialism. What I am talking about when I propose dialectical materialism is...
I want to... what?
What?
I know, I was doing the I want to shoot myself song. But
there,
please go
there
ahead.
are stuff that there are stuff which are not there are stuff which are not physical, but are relations between different physical stuff that do exist. So, for example, you cannot point a hierarchy. Hierarchy is not something physical itself, but it is a relation between two physical stuff. So, if I say that I am your boss, I am superior to you, the superiority isn't something physical, but it is a relation between two physical stuff that do indeed exist. And that's why I think you should push yourself away from
I should push
physicalism.
myself off this ledge.
Vitar,
That is
I have a
true.
question.
That is true. But question is like, Fall, do you like your qualia with like red wine or white wine? What would you...
I'm more of a fan of grape. I'm just a sucker for the classics. I mean, a good sweet grape. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's also like a thing. I mean, qualia, in case you guys don't know, like qualia is just quail in English, but in Italian it's qualia. So it's very, very material because it occupies like volume. It's a very small bird, but delicious nonetheless. I actually really enjoy it. It's a pretty good one.
Why
and
I know Daniel's trolling you. I'm sorry. I do have a serious question though, because I think that what you're talking about it reminds me of like certain claims that people make within the metaphysical realm. Do you think that math, for example, is not a physical thing?
Math is a language that we have created to describe reality.
But is it physical?
No.
Yeah, I thought so. No, I disagree with your metaphysics. It collapses into solipsism, and I don't have time to go deeper into it. I'll take my leave right there with you.
How?
Yeah, so like what you're doing, it just from my position, right? These are all just opinions at the end of the day. Is you are abusing how we say physical. When I write down the number 2, I think that is not only a physical representation of 2, but that is the number 2 existing in our universe as we have described it. But for you to basically escape that and abuse the term physical to give some sort of headway to non-physical things and to put things like math and other things that we would kind of agree are physical in that category, it's a scapegoat. It doesn't actually work. It's not even intuitive.
I don't think you understood. Okay, do you think that English is physical?
Yeah, I think that English is physical. Anytime you write down English, that is the physical representative and physical, like the physical tangibility of English itself. Yes.
Also, when you speak it, it's also physical because it's waves, like vibration of sound.
Yeah.
Also, when you think it's also physical because it's neurons firing. So it's like everything about any language that you will ever speak, have whatever. Everything about it, it's you can go down to the physical. That actually is the underlying cause of it.
Which is how science uses to describe things, right? Like when we talk about photons, we don't say that they are not physical just because they don't occupy volume or because we don't have any, like, you know what I mean? Like when you're not looking at a photon directly, so is it physical? Like these are abuse of language. That's all these are.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if I may,
it's more about vibes, right? And also like Bitar, like dialectical materialism and the things we're talking about, they're not really congruent, like whatsoever.
What?
They're not the same thing.
Yeah, I know physicalism and dialectical materialism are different.
Yeah, but they're not. We're not talking about the same things. Right, because this is like we're talking about qualia. No, dialectical materialism has nothing to say about qualia, and we were not talking about anything other than qualia.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. Can you please show me in Marx where the hell he talks about qualia?
I don't know if Marx engaged on that topic.
Okay, which dialectical materialist philosopher is talking about qualia in relationship to dialectical materialism? Please.
I think Pulitzer. You could find something in Pulitzer.
You're not gonna. Please, can you? If you want, you can go ahead, look up, and please show me like the text where some philosopher is talking about qualia in the realm of dialectical materialism. I can tell you right now, you're not gonna find any. But you can do this useless work if you want to. It's not a problem.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I read something on politics.
You probably are mistaken, yeah.
Like, does a pen not exist because it's just a word and words are not physical and they're only conceptual? And so when I look at a pen, it's not actually a pen, and that's not a physical representative of a pen in our universe? I'm just wondering.
Wait, what I'm not understanding here is, right, if we're talking about English, are we talking about like the rules of English? Because if we are the rules of English, are those things physical?
Yes, of course.
No,
of course
I write them down,
what do you mean? Yeah, of course they are. It's like when you speak, it's like you can't just speak like in any way, right? It's like you have to speak in a specific way. That's material, right? That's physical. Sorry, not material. Right.
No, but he's not talking about that. No.
Rules.
Wait, sorry. The question was, are the rules? The question was something like, are the rules of English physical? Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the rule that I don't know that cat is a noun.
The rules, it's all in about the application of the thing, right? So, and you apply the thing.
When you say
physical,
you're talking about it coming down to some like observable, like physical property.
Oh yeah, no, I get it. It's like when you have rules, it's like, what does it mean to have rules?
Then obvious, because if he means that, then obviously.
No, I can explain it. No, I can explain it. So it's like when it is physical.
I don't know why.
Because I can explain it to you why. Because when you say, oh, the rules of English, do you know the rules of English? Oh, you know them. What does it mean to know them? It means to have thoughts about them, or you have that concept in your mind. And that concept is just like neurons firing, therefore it's physical. Yes. Are the rules of English physical? Yes. Yes. It's like, again, it's like I would be really, really, really psyched for somebody to show me something that is not
you
physical.
just said that the thoughts were physical, right?
That doesn't
Yeah.
follow.
Yeah, but
Why
are the
doesn't
thoughts
it?
the rules themselves?
No, the rules are expressed through thoughts. It's like, do you have any other way of expressing
like
the rules?
words, again, like
are
words
rules
don't have location.
separated from the thoughts?
Look, do you think that rules? Sorry, do you think
Can
that,
you
like,
answer the
words
question
have
though?
location?
Yeah,
I don't know what the
it's
question
in
was.
the brain. So can you have the rules without the thoughts about the rules?
Well, obviously, rules are going to be.
Do they exist like independent of the mind?
No, they don't exist.
They
No,
don't. Oh, okay.
obviously not.
There you go. There you go.
No.
Therefore, physical.
They're obviously, like, language is mind dependent.
Yep. That's why I'm saying. Therefore, it is physical. Yeah.
No, but I'm saying.
That's a good one. I got
What
to
do you
use that
mean,
one. I've never
therefore
heard that before. Good one, Daniel.
Therefore it's physical.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you said it's
I don't know
dependent
where
on the
you're getting
mind.
This inference. I don't know where you're getting this inference from. Yeah, it's dependent on mind. But
The mind is physical. They're depending on the physical.
Faith.
Therefore, they're physical.
I don't know why I'm getting overtalked. Look, you're just running. Look,
I'm just.
I'm saying.
I'm old and cranky.
I'm saying I don't think it follows from saying that because it's mind dependent, therefore it's like instantly like some sort of like physical property that we can, like that just.
So you're saying it's not a physical property? Okay, cool. Can you show me how it's not a physical property?
Well, obviously, words and things like that don't have.
David, Daniel, sorry. If this book by Pulitzer, I think this is the best text that we have on dialectical materialism. He goes on to some debates discussing like, do stuff only exist in our mind? Debating the it's a long text, hard text, but he goes on to those discussions.
I control F this text for the word qualia, and I am sad to tell you
the word qualia.
Yeah, I'm sad to tell you it comes up 0 times in this whole thing.
Nobody's talking about qualia. This is
no, we were talking about qualia before you joined. It's a previous.
Yeah,
topic.
to be fair, I'm the only
okay.
one.
Wait, hold on. Wait. That's fine. But I thought that what he sent was in regards to.
No. It was nothing to do with our conversation.
Isn't.
No. It's not with our conversation.
We were discussing 3 metaphysical positions earlier, okay, which were physicalism, vulgar materialism, dialectical materialism. You said that has nothing to do with mind. Parts of this text by Pulitzer, directly address that, like, do stuff only exist in our mind? That type of thought, like thoughts.
Which chapter? Can you tell me in which chapter he talks about that?
Oh. If you go before.
Because he also needs to talk about it in the context of dialectical materialism. Remember, because that was the whole thing, right? So I understand. Okay, the word qualia does not appear in this text at all.
If you go to the part who is right, the idealist or the materialist, how we should state the question: is it true that the world exists only in our thoughts? Is it true? Is it true that our ideas,
what page is that?
If you go to page 29.
29. Okay, let's see. Page 29.
Is it true that spirit creates matter?
I don't know. Is it there a spirit? It's like, why is he making the claim that there's a spirit?
He's still meaning the idealist position.
Okay, but where it's like, again, it's like where, because I'm reading this thing and I don't see like dialectical materialism in this shit, like anywhere. He's talking about materialists. He's not talking about dialectical materialists. he's just talking about idealists and materialists. What?
Yeah. This book by Pulitzer was.
And then he just goes on to say materialists are right and science proves their assertions. Oh, great! So apparently,
this text by Pulitzer is specifically, the point of it was to explain dialectical materialism.
Yeah, but it's not. So he's talking about materialism, not dialectical materialism, which has nothing to do with this thing.
The book addresses it first from the first part of the book is idealism and materialism, and then he goes on to discuss the three laws of dialectics.
Yeah, which have nothing to do with what this part of the book is about. Because the only thing that he's trying to do here that I can see, he's just trying to kind of say, idealism, stupid.
Yes, because that part of the book is focused.
Yeah, on, it's not saying, but it's not saying idealism stupid because dialectical materialism.
That's what the rest of the text is for.
Okay, can you tell me exactly in which part where he says that?
So if you go to part 4 or to the laws of dialectics, he starts to discuss the laws of dialectics there.
What
contradiction,
page is that?
Reciprocal action. The laws of dialectics. It starts on page 93.
Okay, page 93. Let me see. Page 93. Okay. What part exactly? Please tell me.
That whole section of the book is dedicated
to
the
whole section? It says it's like what is meant by dialectical motion. Okay, in this one, right? It's like the first law of dialectics. Okay, and it's like in here. What is he going to say in here?
Yeah, motion, and then he goes to contradiction.
What is he going to say in here?
Emotion?
Yeah.
Yeah, motion basically means that stuff change. Like if you take an apple and leave it, like it's gonna rot, stuff like that, you know.
Yeah, but again, it's like in the. We're talking about qualia still, right? Because remember, it's like when I was talking to you, my brother in Christ. Okay, I was telling you, it's like you cannot talk about qualia when you're talking about dialectical materialism, right? It's like they're two different independent things. They have nothing to do with one another.
They're all in
like zero things to do with one another. So now what you would have to do, what you would have to do,
they're both in metaphysics.
Oh, good. Okay, cool. They're all products of people's minds. Great.
No.
Except for that, they exist in the universe. That's also something they have in common. They exist in the universe. That's cool. Now you would have to go into this part of the book and tell me, oh, look, if you look at page whatever, paragraph whatever, is going to say there, look, it's qualia, like it's human experience, like in the head, and somehow dialectical materialism. You're not going to find that. It's like I'm literally reading it, like perusing it, because obviously like I can't read the whole fucking thing while I was talking with you. I don't see anything here that applies to what we were talking about. So probably you saw it. So yeah, but you need to exactly tell me, read to me the part where it says anything about that. Please read it to me. Or tell me exactly what page is it.
Bro, again, I was trying to explain to you that you have a wrong metaphysic of what is it that exists. My whole point on the discussion was addressing your metaphysics. I'm trying to move you away from vulgar materialism into dialectical materialism. Which
Dude, I don't have anything with vulgar materialism. Dude, I don't believe in that, so I don't know why the fuck you keep bringing it up. And again, dialectical materialism has nothing to do with qualia, with like what we were talking about. It's a philosophical Marxist framework. Like that's what it is. And it's about like viewing the world, viewing history in a certain way. Has nothing to do with qualia. Oh my god. Okay, I'm just gonna shoot myself. Guys, just a second. I need to go to the back of the shed and just put a gun to my head.
That's not what
please don't do it. Oh, please don't do it. No.
Yeah, I'm going to do it like in the idealistic manner.
Oh,
not
okay, gotcha.
Physical.
Well, then,
it's fine.
No problem. Catch you in a minute.
I'm back. I'm done.
Wonderful. How was it?
Oh, I can't explain it. It has an ephemeral side to it that I cannot explain to you.
Right. Would you say it's
It's
ineffable?
non-physical. Yes, it's very dialectical material directly
Incorrigible.
in it. Yeah, it's
Absolutely.
I need to read more philosophy.
Fuck, man.
Anyway,
Let's
yeah,
look up
it
this bond real quick.
sucks. It sucks like really hard. Anyway, prolonged. I don't know what the fuck we were talking about. Sorry. we were talking about something, but I forgot. It's also getting late as shit. Should I do the thing that everybody does on like YouTube nowadays with like the fucking AI slop? You know, when people you hear like this voice, you know, starting on like a video and says, "Oh, write in the comments where are you listening this from? What city?"
Yeah,
So
like bait engagement.
where is
Absolutely.
where are you guys from? It's like what is I love to see this community and where people are writing from. Can you just pretend to engage? Yeah, prolonged. What up?
Daniel, you think the words are mind independent, right?
The words are what? Sorry, can you repeat?
Words are mind independent.
Never said that.
Words don't come easy.
Oh, he never said that?
Okay, so words.
Well, then I'm not.
Words
I'm not
are
sure
mind
when,
dependent.
Well, then
Yeah. Sorry, words are mind dependent.
No, no, I thought you said independent. When
No.
you say you have location, I thought you was talking about it sort of independent.
You would like if he said independent, wouldn't you? Because that would give you an argument.
Yeah, no.
I don't know why
Words
we
are
would
mind
hold that
dependent.
position.
No, that would be silly of me to say they're
it's
mind
not,
independent.
No.
Right? Considering his entire epistemology.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he's.
Yeah, well,
I mean, okay, I can also say, look, so it's like 5 a.m. for me here,
I was
so
invoking
you know,
some.
and I'm old.
No, you definitely
and
didn't
I
say
might
that,
have
Daniel.
misspoken, but I don't think I did.
You definitely did.
Okay, well, I was invoking some Wolf Fall. You're like a known retard. Nobody in the server disrespectful
Oh,
takes you serious. But when I say
You
they
said
have
the R
location,
word.
hold on. But
Yeah, I know,
when I
right?
say they have I was
Big
invoking
man.
an independent sense.
That's how you know he's a big boy, right? He has like his big
Right?
big boy pants
That's
on.
how you know
It's
what he
like
said
he
was
said.
true too.
Yeah, no, that's dude.
Yeah.
True. It's like that's the truest thing. I mean,
right.
I know from my dialectical materialist perspective, I think is absolutely correct, dude. That's how you win. In fact, that is how you win an argument. It's like as soon. This is what I heard. Okay, so I know. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Bro, you
But
didn't
I
listen
read
to a word
online.
I said.
I read online that if you call the other, so if you're having a debate and you're calling the other person a retard, it's like you're automatically the winner of the. Is that right? That's what I heard. It's like you're the winner.
It's kind of right. And actually, I'd love to affirm
I
because
don't-
no. Let me help you. So actually, I am a known
trolls.
retard
Can
by
we
people.
kick the trolls?
Well,
Can we-
I'm sorry. Can I get a second? You called me a retard. I'd like.
Can we kick the trolls?
I'm pretty okay. Anyways, so the list of people that do know me as a retard include people like Jammy, Saint Preacher, and
Oh, those are the best people.
Fireman Bill. So you
know,
hey,
no,
absolutely,
okay,
I am a known retard.
But Fireman, no, I can't believe it's like if
No,
Fireman
more
Bill
people
thinks
like
you're a
that.
retard. He definitely won the argument. First
list
of all,
is included but not limited to. Of course, I'm
Yeah,
just saying.
yeah.
Let that be something
care
sitting in
about-
the back of everyone's head.
I mean,
did
look,
someone
it's
lose
like
an argument
all
to
the
Fireman
people
Bill?
that you just
I don't-
said, they're winners, right? Like they're all winners.
Right.
It's like
Big winner.
Yeah, it's like WIENER, right? That's winners.
Yes.
That's how I know. Like winners is like
big.
Big W winners. Like all of the guys. It's like I'm taking the L. I'm taking the
taking
L.
off my faith.
Yeah, it's
They're
like
falling on me right now. All the
Yeah, I
winners.
don't know why you would
falling on my
mention-
faith. Oh shit! we got it in
because
my
he's
nose.
trolling you. Yo, Daniel, I wanted to ask you something.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Ask me something.
Okay, so you know how earlier we were talking about like thoughts of English, written English and spoken English, right?
Yeah.
Why do these all seem to have like the same meaning, right? Because it would be the kind of thing of like your thought of an apple versus a raindrop on a window versus me mumbling about like British fucking popular funk to you or whatever, right? Like these things are all in the same class of, you get what I'm trying to say? Like they're all in analogous classes to each other, but we don't equate any meaning to those things, right? So like what could explain the meaning that we
I don't really
like univocally?
Yeah, I don't really understand. Can you just explain it to me again?
Okay, so we're talking about something like something that's written, something that's spoken,
yeah,
and something that's thought, right?
Yeah.
And these are like different physical, they're not all of the same state, right? That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it's like
Different physical
you're
classes.
yeah. Oh, I get what you're saying. It's like why is like when you write the word orange, for example, and you're speaking the word orange or you're thinking the word orange, they're all representing the same thing, because that's what languages are.
Yeah.
Languages are just like representation of like things in reality, right? No matter what those things are, right? And it's like when you're writing down the word orange, right? That's part of the language, right? You wrote the word orange, and that word references something that's in reality, right? That exists, right? Is the literal fruit that you can pick from the tree, right? When you're saying it, when you're speaking it, it's the same thing, right? You're just using a different medium, right? Another different physical medium for the language, right? And when you're thinking it, it's again like but by the way, it's like when you're speaking it, you're also thinking it. When you're writing it, you're also thinking it, right? So it's like they kind of come from the same place, sort of. Right?
I mean, even suppose
that one exists all the time.
Wait, even suppose you didn't write it. If you see some like the word red written somewhere, right?
Yeah, it goes straight in your head, right?
You hear the word red spoken to you, or you think of the word red. I just want to ask, like, why is there like some type of
no, because this is what words are.
The meaning of these new things.
Yeah, this is what words are. So words are like things that we made up in order for me to get the thoughts from my brain to your brain, right? And it's like the thing that we came up, because we don't have telepathy yet. Maybe in the future, who knows? Hopefully, but until we get that, right? The thing that we have is like, oh, we're just going to do this. We're going to invent this thing, and we're going to call it language. And we're going to have more than one of them because Babel and whatnot. And, we all agree, right? There's an agreement that's being made between all of us, right? Of what those words reference, right? So, like, you know what orange references because somebody told you, right? When you were young, you probably don't remember when that happened, okay? But when you were young, it's like somebody told, oh, that's orange. It's that, right? And you go, and you made the connection. Oh, this word that I have in my head now, orange, oh, it references that fruit, right? This other one, it's peach. Oh, it's not that one. It's the other one. It's the other fruit, and so on. And that's why every time you hear a new word that you're unfamiliar with, what is the first thing you do? If somebody told you like a new word that you've never heard in your life.
Usually you ask them what it means.
Exactly. You ask the people to define the word, right? Because we have this agreement, right? It's like if you're going to use a word in conversation, you have to make sure that I understand what you mean by that word, right? So you would have to define what your reference is.
You can do so without defining it, though. Like, for example, let's say, well, let me not interrupt the conversation. Or unless you want me to.
I mean, I'm thinking of something. If it helps,
I don't know. No, I don't even remember.
Yeah, because you can just use linguistic accounts for it.
If you do want to interrupt.
But it's like,
Sorry,
would you agree with that, that statement, theist?
Yeah, like you could say that there's like a history of things that have been passed down, and also, to even understand these concepts, you have to have history in your own mind.
Yeah,
so that's
because I could tell you like a new word, like blue blobo, and you say, what does that mean, right? It's like we wouldn't be able to have a conversation, right? If I used words that have no meaning to you, right? It's like if there's no reference for those words in your mind, we wouldn't be able to talk. That's why it's like if you're to meet somebody I don't know, let's say a language you don't speak, like Spanish, right? If you were to talk with somebody that speaks Spanish, right, and that person would speak in Spanish and you are speaking in English, you wouldn't be able to understand each other, right? Because you're using certain words that you know the meaning of, and the other person is using another set of words that they know what they mean, right? They have a reference for those words, right? So you're incompatible at that point.
Daniel, did you understand my criticism to physicalism?
No, I don't know, because I shot myself like earlier, so I think I forgot that. So
can you please take me seriously?
Not really. I'm trying to move on.
Okay.
And having conversation with TS right now. Yeah, I don't think you understood what I've told you, and I think it's literally pointless for me to.
I don't think you understood what I was saying because you're only focused on interrupting me.
Yeah. Well.
I'm
known to do that, is somebody told me like earlier that I'm a retard, so I don't know, man. Might be a retard.
What I was trying to explain to you is that not only the physical stuff, meaning not only the stuff that occupy volume and the stuff that are physical, like light and shit, that not only that exists, but also that stuff exists, and the relations between the physical stuff also exist. That's the whole point that I was trying to bring. Like for example, when you study ecology, you're gonna study what is predation. You think you can't take predation in your hands. Predation isn't something physical. It is rather a relation that a certain
predation is a word that describes things that happen in reality, which is in this case of predation, the interaction of different types of species of animals. Yes, we understand that. It's part of physicalism, right? Like part of physicalism is this also. Yes. That's, I mean, you keep saying no. You keep saying no when I'm telling you, it's like what my philosophy is when it comes to this. I'm explaining to you, and your like brilliant rebuttal is like no. Oh, great. Yeah, well, I mean, you just told me no, and that means that everything that I think, I'm just gonna throw it to the fucking garbage bin because you just said no.
Predation is not something physical.
Okay. Cool. It's not. No,
I just want to go back on like.
Predation is the relation between two physical things, which are the animals. One animal predates the other, but predation itself is not physical.
The gay gospel of Jesus Christ. Dude, I would read that shit. Holy moly.
He's just
New York best New York Times. No, because like Fornix of Judah just put it in the side chat. You didn't see it? It's like the gay gospel of Jesus Christ by Ram Cox. Great name. I would read that. You see, it's like it already salvation. You put the word salvation and Bitar just left. It's like you literally saved me. Holy shit! Now I believe in Jesus. I especially like gay Jesus.
What is he even talking about?
I mean, it says you must cry that Jesus is Lord, and He enters within you, or it will not work. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, Daniel. Obviously, you don't need to like. Let's say someone like just introduces a word that you don't understand, and then you ask them to define it, and they say, I can't. It's sort of like semantic primitive. It's sort of irreducible, right? They can actually like clarify what they're getting at by just giving examples. Although that's not going to be the definition, it's going to somewhat help you understand.
Yeah, but okay. So when I say define, I'm not saying necessarily
semantic primitive is utter bullshit. What the hell is a semantic primitive?
I'm not saying necessarily give us like a dictionary definition. Although I do believe that words without dictionary definitions are kind of like useless words. But like in the example that I gave him earlier, right, when he was being taught while being a child what the word orange means, like nobody told him, well, little theist, let's go to the Oxford Dictionary and let's see what the word orange actually is defined for. As in the no, obviously nobody did that. Somebody pointed to the fucking fruit and said that orange. Oh, great! Now you have it in your mind.
obviously, like most words, obviously, like in most cases, you don't have to do that, right? And everybody,
but
like,
you also they also have a
you know,
definition.
but I'm
You
just
know what I
saying-
mean?
but I'm just
it's
saying-
like, can you tell me a word that doesn't
I'm
have a
just saying-
definition?
I'm just saying, like in specific cases, when somebody finds it hard to, like define a word, they can, like in a rough sense, use examples that,
Mhm.
or like along the lines of that, right?
So
can
can
just
you
take
give
it
me
to
a
be like an
word
intuitive
that
account
doesn't have a
example.
definition?
A word that doesn't have a definition?
Yeah.
I'm not sure how that's relevant though. Even if I do.
I mean, to me, it
Like, you don't
felt that.
understand- do you not agree with
To
the
me,
point?
it felt that you said that there are some words that don't have definitions. Did I get it wrong, or?
No.
Oh,
Wait,
okay.
hold on. You can like define a word while
okay.
it's still a semantic. Like someone can have that view.
Oh, so
of
you're just
also,
making the
like,
point that
defining a
you can
word.
do it some
But
other way,
I'm
not just providing the
I'm not-
definition.
No, I'm saying I'm saying if there is someone that says, why I just can't reduce the word any further, right? And then they just sort of like give examples or just tell you to.
You cut off. I don't
I'm
know
not
if it's
saying
just
there
me
actually
or.
is a word.
You cut out.
Okay, did I cut out for anybody?
Yeah, I think.
Oh, okay.
You
Okay,
did.
I
I'm telling
cut
you, you
out?
did.
Okay, where
Yeah.
was I?
What the fuck,
Okay,
retard?
yeah, like, yeah. What did you hear? Before I cut out.
I
Like,
don't
where was
know.
I at before I cut
Just
out?
like the beginning.
I think you were
Okay.
trying to explain how semantic
Yeah,
primitives
I'm
are something
saying-
non-physical.
I'm saying there aren't. Yeah, that wasn't my original claim. My claim was like, if there is somebody that views a specific word, as something that is like irreducible, like they cannot really like reduce it further. Like can't really define it further. They can use examples. So to go off your sort of like intuition.
No, but I
to help
agree with
maybe
that.
clarify, even though
Yeah.
that's like probably like rough. Even
No,
even
but
though that's
I
probably,
agree
like,
with
a rough
that.
account, they can probably do that to help clarify what they're getting at, right? They
Yeah.
don't necessarily have to.
I don't think it necessarily
define a
contradicts
word
what I
if
was
it's,
saying,
like,
though.
It doesn't. He's yapping.
Yeah, like do you think that like when people engage in like regular conversations and people use the word the, do you think that they need clarification of the word, or do you think that they can sort of like maybe use their intuition to sort of see like what the person is getting at when they use such language in like conversations and things like that?
But again, it's like everybody knows what "the" means because it's like you learned about it at some point in time when you learned the language, right? It's
Well,
like you.
no,
Also, like
the point is, no, the point is like do you think like somebody could try to understand the word via intuition, and the intuition is basically kind of getting at the word's usage, like what the word actually sort of means.
Yeah, I
Do
don't think you
somebody
can. I don't think you can intuit like all the words that people are using.
Well, I'm not saying that. No, I'm not even saying that. I'm not saying all the words. I'm saying like some specific.
I mean, some words. Well,
I'd
I
say,
mean,
like,
you know,
somebody
we do
that I-
that, right? Because, for example, you know, when I was
Okay,
telling,
look,
when I was
look,
telling
if
you,
you
can
agree,
I,
okay,
can
look.
I, can I, can
Look,
I,
I'm gonna end it here. I'm gonna end it here. If you agree with,
okay, so when I
I'm
would,
not trying to win debate. I'm not trying to win points.
I know. I was just trying to make my point.
No, because
it's
I
like
want
I
to end it
understood
because I
your
have
point.
to go. I'm just gonna say if you agree
Definitely
with
are
what
trying
I
to
said
listen.
about examples. Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, if Theist was on a deserted island with somebody that's speaking Spanish and is speaking English, you know, at some point they are going to come to some conclusions because, you know, if they have coconuts and, you know, Theist is going to say coconut, coconut, and the Spanish speaker is going to say coconato, coconato. It's like they're going to, maybe they're referencing the same thing, right? So I'm going to use my intuition and
How would you?
I don't know. I was just using you, okay?
What is he talking about?
What I'm saying is that they might
there
might be some intuition there about like what the other person is saying, right? So it's like there's not gonna be like somebody actually. No,
it would be better off. No,
Well.
I don't think that was a clear example. It would be better off if you said like, say the word, and then one of them like